I ate a mouthful of my mom's umbilical cord in the womb, and discovered the supreme bone and invincible double pupils growing on my back. Furthermore, my mom is the world's only empress. Every day she uses her source power to perform a baptism for me. The powerful bloodline force forced me to start cultivating from the womb, resulting in me reaching the peak of the 9th level of Cave Heaven realm before birth. And just as I was preparing to break through to the dragon transformation realm, Mom outside suddenly let out a scream, attracting countless immortal king ancestors to personally leave seclusion to protect me. Grandfather even activated the clan protection array, fearing someone might affect the birth of his grandson. And at that moment, the cry of a baby spread throughout the entire Imperial G clan. It's out, it's out. I was held by the midwife and placed beside my mother Su Ruyue. Madam, there's a bird. It's a boy. And Ji Wushuang outside the door pushed it open in excitement. But before he could see his long-awaited son, the originally clear sky outside instantly darkened. Golden light erupted from the void. Golden lotuses bloomed out of thin air. This is the god-level vision. 10,000 golden lotuses. Ha ha ha, as expected of my G clan's qilin son. My grandson has the potential of a great emperor. However, before Ji Tianqing could be happy for long, his laughter came to an abrupt halt. Because he discovered I not only possess the number 1 supreme chaos body, but also have a primordial supreme bone in my chest. Seeing this, everyone gasped in cold air. Chaos body plus primordial supreme bone. This child is going against the heavens. With this child here, my G clan will surely reappear the supreme glory of the forbidden era in this generation. And at this time I also slowly opened my eyes, seeing a group of old fogies surrounding me and spinning around, touching here and there from time to time. I was startled, and immediately kicked out a leg. Get away from me. Ha ha ha. This child actually knows how to kick his grandfather right after birth. Not bad, not bad. Ji Tianqing held my small foot and laughed uncontrollably. Looking up, he happened to meet my gaze. But Ji Tianqing's laughter stopped. In my eyes, there were actually 2 black and white pupils rotating with each other. Profound and obscure runes flashed within them. Double pupils opening the heavens. Since ancient times there has been no defeat in the human world. All clan elders stepped forward quickly, standing there in a daze after seeing my eyes clearly. Chaos body and primordial supreme bone were already shocking enough. Now there are double pupils as well. This is not just defying heaven. This is the rhythm of turning the heavens upside down. Realizing this, Ji Tianqing suddenly laughed maniacally. To hell with the great emperor potential. My grandson clearly has the potential of heaven and earth. 10 years ago, the Wuji sacred ground produced an ancient desolate saint body that broke its shackles, and clamored that it would be invincible in the world in the future, to suppress everything through the ages. Looking at it now, it was truly ignorant. An ancient desolate saint body isn't even worthy to carry my grandson's shoes. However, what he didn't know was, in the void outside, an ancient Tao bell loomed in the endless chaos, radiating the power of the ultimate path. At this moment, all living beings in the 3,000 Tao provinces were alarmed, looking up in disbelief at the terrifying scene in the sky. Even many elders in seclusion were awakened at this moment. This is the Chaos World-Ending Bell, rumored to be an invincible imperial weapon, naturally nurtured by the Chaos Great Tao. Many great emperors have gone deep into chaos, pursued it but failed to obtain it. Unexpectedly, it actively appeared at this moment. In an instant, countless large hands condensed from Tao runes reached out from major life-forbidden zones, grabbing towards the Chaos World-Ending Bell, wanting to take it for themselves. But before the large hands could get close, the Chaos World-Ending Bell suddenly vibrated, stirring up waves of world-ending Tao sounds. All rune hands shattered instantly. Then, under everyone's unwilling eyes, the Chaos World-Ending Bell turned into a stream of light, flying rapidly towards the G Clan God King Hall. And at this time in the G Clan God King Hall, the Chaos World-Ending Bell shattered the void and arrived, floating above my head, shedding strands of chaos source power. All the clan elders were dumbfounded, accompanied by a divine weapon at birth. Double pupils, primordial supreme bone, chaos body, and now an innate imperial weapon. This brat is too abnormal. Ha ha ha. After a brief silence, Ji Tianqing suddenly laughed maniacally again. Potential of a heavenly emperor. My grandson has the potential to become an immortal. In a daze, Ji Tianqing seemed to see in the distant future his own grandson suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 lands, sitting alone above the river of time in an invincible scene. Good. With this child here. In the future, whatever bullshit life, forbidden zones, or dark calamities. As long as they dare to jump out, all shall be suppressed. But at this moment a sudden change occurred. Endless black mist filled the area outside the G-clan. An eerie aura rippled out. Pairs of scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the direction of the God King Hall. People from the life-forbidden zones. They are coveting little Xiaoyao's innate Imperial weapon. Ji Wushuang was the first to react. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Scum of the forbidden zones. Wanting to snatch my G-clan qilin son's innate Imperial weapon. Then let's fight. At worst we'll shatter the heavens and the earth. Another clan elder was even more irritable. Stepping into the void to confront the life-forbidden zones. Ji Tianqing's silver hair flew wildly. He didn't speak. But in the next moment, a peerless immortal sword suddenly tore through the air and appeared in his hand. It was precisely the G-clan's supreme Imperial weapon. The Emperor-slaying sword. It was the innate divine sword of the G-clan's great Emperor Huanyu. Later it fought across the world, and was promoted to a divine Imperial weapon in slaughter. Life-forbidden zones. Did my G-clan not destroy enough of you back then? At the same time the Imperial Dragon Qi surged in the capital of the Great Yu Immortal dynasty. A middle-aged man in a 5-clawed black gold dragon robe stepped out. Dare to touch my grandson. At worst we'll start an immortal war. And shatter this world. On the other side a large rune hand reached out from the G-clan ancestral hall. Pressing straight down towards the black mist. After a loud explosion, the eerie creatures within were instantly killed. Ji Mieshing, you've gone too far. Do you want to break the ancient covenant and provoke an immortal war? Major life-forbidden zones vibrated simultaneously. Terrifying phantoms appeared above each life-forbidden zone. Ji Mieshing appeared above the G-clan, and let out a light laugh. A group of old things who haven't died in 10,000 years. Acting to snatch my G-clan qilin son's things. Who exactly is the one going too far? After saying that, the Emperor-slaying sword in Ji Tianqing's hand left his grip. And appeared in Ji Mieshing's hand. If you Immortal Grave wants to fight today, my G-clan doesn't mind destroying another forbidden zone. It just so happens I've been eyeing the immortal corpses in your Immortal Grave for a long time. If that's the case, then fight. The blood-red eyes of the Lord of Immortal Grave bloomed with Imperial Path aura. A Dao Tower flew out of his blood-red eyes. Also radiating ultimate power. But at this time an old man stepped out from deep, within the Great Yu Immortal dynasty. Arriving above the G-clan. Fighting side by side with Ji Mieshing. Interesting. That immortal corpse in the Immortal Grave. My Great Yu Immortal dynasty also wants a share. This person is named Su Tianxian. An reclusive ancestor of the Great Yu Immortal dynasty. Rumored to be the biological brother of the founding emperor of the Great Yu Immortal dynasty. At this moment major sacred grounds and immortal dynasties were all alarmed. Looking with terrified expressions towards the direction of the G-clan. Is an immortal war about to begin? The Dharma-ending era hasn't ended yet. Is the world going to be shattered again? Seeing this, the Lord of Immortal Grave could only snort coldly. Finally dissipating into the void. Leaving behind only these words. If it weren't for waiting for the immortal road to open, I would surely slay you all today. This matter will one day be settled with your G-clan. Ji Mieshing laughed disdainfully. TCH, I'll be waiting. Sooner or later I'll sweep you all away. Then his figure appeared out of thin air in the God King Hall. Greetings, ancestor. Everyone hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. This is the true foundation of the G-clan. Usually sleeping in the G-clan ancestral hall, and ignoring worldly affairs. Only appearing when the G-clan faces a crisis of life and death. Ji Mieshing ignored the crowd. Coming to me and picking me up. Ha ha ha, as expected of my G-clan qilin son. This talent is unlikely to be matched by anyone in the past, present, or future. After saying that, he directly took out the immortal source snatched from the Immortal Grave. This is the birth gift for you, little fellow, from the ancestor. The clan elders couldn't help but feel envious seeing this. Immortal source is worth a fortune. Containing the power of the immortal Tao. Even for quasi-emperors like them, it has immense benefits. But at this moment I was just born. And was baptized with a head-sized immortal source. As all the immortal Tao power flooded into my body, I only felt warm all over. Finally I fell into a deep sleep involuntarily. At the same time, the 3,000 Tao provinces outside were shaken by what just happened. All forces were speculating. What kind of qilin son exactly was born in the G-clan? After all, since that day, the G-clan patriarch Ji Tianqing often has one phrase on his lips. My grandson has the potential to become an immortal. In the blink of an eye 10 years passed. Ji Wushuang and his wife along with a group of high-level clan elders were waiting expectantly. Why hasn't Xiaoyao come out yet? Su Ruyue was somewhat anxious. During these 10 years, I was brought to the ancestral hall by the Ji clan ancestor for closed-door cultivation every now and then. This time I've been gone for 3 years. Wait a bit more, he should be coming out soon. Ji Wushuang smiled and comforted his wife. Following the ancestors' cultivation in the ancestral hall for 3 years. I wonder what realm little Xiaoyao has reached now. He's out. Suddenly a clan elder spoke in a low voice. Everyone looked up. Seeing the doors of the ancestral hall bang open, I slowly walked out. In 10 years, I've grown from a nursing infant into a handsome youth. Greetings father and mother. Xiaoyao. Su Ruyue excitedly took me into her arms. Not bad you've grown up. Ji Wushuang smiled and patted my shoulder. Mist was faintly rising in his eyes. A group of clan elders also stepped forward quickly, surrounding Ji Xiaoyao and looking at him non-stop. Xiaoyao, what realm has your cultivation reached now? As soon as these words were said, everyone became interested. In terms of cultivation realm, peak of the cave heaven realm. Hearing this, the eyes of the clan elders all twitched. One must know that even some experts of the older generation only have such cultivation. But how old is Ji Xiaoyao now? A 10-year-old peak cave heaven realm. If this were to spread out, it would definitely make countless jaws drop. Hearing this, Ji Tianqing laughed loudly. My grandson has the potential to become an immortal. After saying that, he raised his hand and summoned, taking out a bronze halberd from his robe. Grandpa knew you were leaving seclusion, so I specially killed a void beast in the Saint Emperor realm to forge this great void halberd as a gift for you. Try it and see if it fits your hand. Thank you, Grandpa. I took the great void halberd. With a little force, void secret power began to flow out. Xiaoyao, great uncle also has a gift for you. A clan elder stepped forward, taking out a palm-sized immortal tower from his robe. This is the spiritual Dao Tower. It can protect the soul. Even a quasi-emperor expert cannot break it in a short time. Immediately the rest of the clan elders also took out their pre-prepared gifts one after another. As gifts for my exit from seclusion. Ancient strange stones. Chulong true blood. Immortal saint medicine. Anything taken from a quasi-emperor's hand is a rare treasure. Su Ruyue stepped forward gently, rubbing my head, placing a golden lock in my hand. Mother also has a gift for you. This golden lock looks ordinary, but inside Imperial dragon chi is spreading. Imperial longevity lock. Everyone was stunned. The origin of this thing is simply too great. It was something the founding emperor of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty wore. It is stained with part of the Imperial might and the destiny of the Great Yu Immortal Dynasty. Wearing it long-term can receive the protection of the Great Yu destiny. I can feel what kind of terrifying power is contained in this golden lock. Everyone has prepared gifts. As your father, I naturally won't come empty-handed. Ji Wushuang walked to my side with a smile. Under everyone's shocked gaze. With a wave of his sleeve, a massive beast appeared. It's the legendary auspicious beast, the fire qilin. Within its body flows a portion of pure qilin bloodline. Its cultivation has even reached the saint realm. The fire qilin roared. Saintly might raged out. Behave yourself, don't scare Xiaoyao. Ji Wushuang slapped the fire qilin's face. The fire qilin's head buzzed. It immediately crouched down obediently, and kept rubbing against my pant leg. So spineless. Aren't qilin saint beasts supposed to be proud? I was speechless for a moment. Ji Wushuang put a saddle on the fire qilin. This fire qilin's bloodline is impure. In the future, when there's an opportunity, Father will help you catch a pure blood qilin as a mount. Thank you, Father. I flipped and jumped onto the fire qilin. The fire qilin raised its head and roared. First, take Xiaoyao back to the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was the exclusive palace built for me by the Ji clan. After I was born. Along the way, Ji Wushuang's couple and the group of clan elders protected me in the center, attracting the gaze of a large number of Ji clan people. What a handsome boy. When did my Ji clan produce such a graceful young man? He looks even better than many fairies. I really want to hold him in my arms and squeeze him. A young girl stared at Ji Xiaoyao non-stop, looking like a total fangirl. Wait, I think I know this boy's identity. 10 years ago, our Ji clan had a heaven-defying qilin son born. It almost caused an immortal war. A young boy recognized my identity. For a moment news about the birth of the God King's son spread throughout the Ji clan. And I returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. And immediately opened the personal attribute panel. Name, Ji Xiaoyao. Talent, double pupils primordial supreme bone. Chaos body Imperial blood. Identity, son of the white-robed God King of the Imperial Ji clan. Son of the eldest princess of the Great Yu Immortal dynasty. Cultivation realm, peak of the cave heaven realm 10 cave heavens. Cultivation method, Huanyu Sutra. Supernatural powers, secret techniques, Huanyu world-ending palm. Taichu sword astral. Flying immortal punch. Deo weapons treasures, chaos world-ending bell great void halberd. Imperial longevity lock. 3 years of closed-door cultivation. My cultivation soared like a rocket. And this was because I listened to the ancestors' advice. To suppress it intentionally for a solid foundation. Otherwise with my talent, I could step into higher realms at any time. Ding Dong detected a destiny protagonist appearing around the host. Suddenly a cold mechanical prompt sounded in my ear. Destiny protagonist. My eyes lit up. Finally a destiny protagonist has appeared. Then I opened my double pupils to look in the direction guided by the system. Crossing endless space to arrive in an ancient hall. Locking onto a young man dressed in lavish clothing. This is the Tiandao sect. The Tiandao sect was also a major sect in the ancient era. More than one quasi-emperor expert had appeared among its ancestors. Unfortunately, with the start of the Dharma-ending era, longevity substances dissipated. The Tiandao sect ancestors sat in meditation one after another. The Tiandao sect almost perished. Fortunately 100 years ago, an extraordinary genius appeared in the Tiandao sect. Born with the blue sky mysterious fire body. He was spotted by an invincible genius of the Ji clan, and taken as a war servant. The Tiandao sect thus leaned on the big ship of the Ji clan. And stopped its decline. Interesting, there's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell but you break in anyway. A smile appeared on my lips. Elder Xian, come with me. An elderly man appeared behind me out of thin air. His name is Ji Xuani. He was originally the leader of the Ji clan Divine Weapon Guard. Now he's arranged to be my Dao protector. His cultivation has reached the half-step quasi-emperor realm. At this moment in the Tiandao sect hall, Sect Master Ling Yun sat in the main seat and didn't say a word. Below him a group of Tiandao sect disciples and elders. All stared angrily at a young man not far away. The young man's name is Yi Chen. He's the holy son of the Wuxing sect. The Wuxing sect, like the Tiandao sect, is an ancient sect. More than one quasi-emperor appeared among its ancestors. But unlike the Tiandao sect, the Wuxing sect ancestor survived the Dharma-ending era. And is still alive today. Ling Yun spoke softly. His eyes were filled with anger. Yi Chen, a year ago, Qingcha's talent vanished and she became a waste. Your Wuxing sect came to my Tiandao sect in a grand manner to cancel the engagement. Now that senior sister Qingcha's talent has recovered, you come back wanting to restore the engagement. Do you think this matter is reasonable? Sect Master Ling. What happened in the past was indeed my Wuxing sect's fault. But I truly fell in love with Qingcha at first sight. Please fulfill my wish, Sect Master. Yi Chen spoke softly. But his eyes drifted to a young girl on the side of the hall. The girl was exactly the Tiandao sect holy daughter Lingqingcha. Beautiful, simply too beautiful. Yi Chen's heart felt hot. He never expected this nominal fiancée of his would actually grow to be this beautiful. With a thought from Yi Chen, an attribute panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Lingqingcha, Shibayer's old Tiandao sect holy daughter. Peak of the 9th level of the other shore realm. Talent, physique, broken supreme bone. Cultivation method, broken Taiyin true scripture. Tiandao canon supernatural powers. Taiyin astral chi Taiyin palm. 9 swords of Tiandao broken time, heaven slaying sword secret. Current romance favorability, minus 100 points. It turns out Yi Chen is not a person of this world, but a transmigrator. After transmigrating, he also bound a system called the Goddess Romance System. As the name implies, as long as he successfully romances the targets, he can get rich rewards after favorability reaches a certain value. Lingqingcha is exactly one of the targets bound by the system for him. Talent vanished a year ago. A year later, not only did she recover her talent, but she also became even more powerful. With a ring on her hand as well. This is a perfect template for a daughter of destiny. Yi Chen secretly vowed in his heart. He must get Lingqingcha. Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at Lingqingcha with deep affection. Qingcha, I know I was wrong in the past. I don't ask you to forgive me immediately. I only hope you can give me a chance to make amends. After saying that, he took out a golden spirit pearl from his robe. This is a king-grade treasure, the Taichu spirit pearl. It's my small apology. Please accept it. Although Lingqingcha's expression was indifferent, she sent the Taichu spirit pearl back. Yi Chen's expression stiffened, and the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding dong, Lingqingcha's favorability is minus 20 points. Note: when the target's favorability reaches minus 200 points, this romance attempt will be judged as a failure. The host will receive a severe punishment. Cultivation will drop by 1 major realm. Luck will drop by 3 layers. Such a punishment result was naturally unacceptable to Yi Chen. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Ling Yun and whispered, "Sect Master Ling, if the engagement can be restored this time, I guarantee the Tiandao sect and Wuxing sect will be on good terms again. If Tiandao sect is in trouble, my Wuxing sect's 5 ancestors will certainly not sit idly by. No matter what Lingqingcha's attitude towards him is now. Secure the engagement first. Make it a done deal before talking." Fearing Ling Yun wouldn't consider the pros and cons, Yi Chen spoke to remind him. "Sect Master Ling, you must think clearly. After today, there will never be such an opportunity again." But just as his voice fell, a burst of brilliant firelight suddenly erupted outside the hall. Immediately after, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Wuxing sect is quite bold to win over Tiandao sect. Is this trying to dig a hole in my Ji clan's wall?" Everyone present subconsciously turned towards the direction of the voice. Seeing me enter the hall riding on the qilin, Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. The moment he looked at me, a trace of panic uncontrollably arose in his heart. Ding dong, host, please note. Detected a great terror approaching. And Ling Yun on the main seat was also in a daze for a moment. After reacting, he immediately stepped forward in fear and knelt on the ground. "Ling Yun of Tiandao sect greets your highness the divine sun." The rest of the Tiandao sect people saw this and showed surprised expressions one after another. What is this boy's origin? Even the sect master has to perform a kneeling salutation. The sect master called him divine son. Is this boy perhaps a genius or monster of the Imperial Ji clan? Lingqingcha was also slightly dazed. She was hailed as one of the 10 great fairies of the Dao province. But compared to the boy before her, it was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. "Your Highness the divine sun, please take the main seat." Ling Yun stepped forward to welcome me to the main seat, while he himself poured spirit tea, like a teahouse waiter. "Your Highness the divine sun's presence is the honor of my Tiandao sect. Elder, quickly tell everyone to kneel and give greetings." On the side, the first elder hurriedly turned around and spoke loudly to the crowd below. "Today your highness the divine sun has graced my Tiandao sect with his presence. Brings immense glory to our sect. All imperial disciples kneel and pay your respects immediately." As the grand elder's voice fell, everyone immediately knelt down to pay their respects. "We the imperial disciples of the heavenly Dao sect greet his highness the divine sun." The thunderous greeting echoed above the grand hall. In the scene, only one person stood out like a sore thumb. It was impressively none other than Yi Chen. "Is this the child of destiny?" I muttered in my heart. My gaze pierced through the crowd and landed on Yi Chen. Holy son of the 5 elements, sect 5th heaven of the cave heaven realm. 5 elements holy body. Sensing my gaze, Yi Chen subconsciously looked up. The moment our eyes met, Yi Chen only felt his body jolt. As if he wasn't facing a young man, but an emperor sitting cross-legged in the 9 heavens. At this moment, I took a sip of the spiritual tea in my hand, and tapped my long fingers gently on the table, saying indifferently, "Everyone kneels upon seeing me. Why don't you kneel?" But Yi Chen gave me a disdainful look and said aloud, "I Yi Chen kneel only to the heavens and the earth above, and to my parents below. Other than that, I will absolutely never kneel to anyone else. We cultivators go against the heavens. Fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, and fighting with men. What we rely on is always ourselves, not our background. Furthermore, I believe His Highness the Divine Sun shouldn't be the kind of person who uses power to oppress others, right?" Yi Chen's words were impassioned, fully displaying his masculine spirit. After speaking, he subconsciously glanced at Lingqingcha. After all, in the novels of his past life, female leads usually fell for this kind of routine from the male lead. But at this moment, the way Lingqingcha looked at him was like looking at a fool. Her slightly raised lips were full of mockery. A mere holy son of the 5 elements sect. actually dares to put on an act in front of the divine son of the Ji family. Ding dong. Lingqingcha's affection drops by 50 points. The prompt sound from the system made Yi Chen's expression turn cold. What the hell, why did the affection drop again? The tropes aren't working. At the same time a system prompt also rang in my ears. Ding dong successfully suppressed the destiny protagonist. Reward obtained, 1000-year medicine king. Following that I put down the teacup in my hand. Your name is Yi Chen, right? The 5 Elements sect has really produced a fine holy son. Full of unyielding pride. Showing off all your sharpness. However, since you don't want to kneel, then don't kneel. Saying that I abruptly stood up and pointed a finger. Making everyone present pause in shock. They didn't expect me to be so decisive in killing. Attacking the moment I spoke. Yi Chen subconsciously dodged sideways. The Ji family divine son relies on his background to oppress others like this. Truly despicable. In his haste he formed a sword with his hand. And slashed out 5 terrifying sword auras. But the moment the sword auras collided with my finger, they instantly melted away like snow meeting a flame. How is this possible? Yi Chen's expression froze. The next moment with a boom, he was sent flying backward. Crashing wretchedly onto the ground. He had actually lost. He couldn't even block a single finger from the opponent. Upon seeing this, the Heavenly Dao sect members beside were shocked. So this is the Ji family divine son. So strong. He doesn't look very old. But his combat power is ridiculously fierce. Although they hated Yi Chen, it couldn't be denied that as the holy son of the 5 Elements sect, Yi Chen's strength was indeed very formidable. Born with the 5 Elements holy body, commanding the great Tao of the 5 Elements. Yet he actually couldn't even withstand a single finger from His Highness the Divine Son. Lingqingcha was also mentally shaken. She subconsciously turned the ring on her hand. Then a female voice rang in Lingqingcha's mind. As expected of the Imperial Ji family. First there was the white-clothed divine king Ji Wushuang. And now they have produced such a heaven-defying qilin son. Senior, you've awakened. Lingqingcha felt a sliver of joy in her heart. That female voice warned. Remember, in the future absolutely do not provoke this Ji family divine son. Heaven-defying talent. Invincible background. The destiny of this era will probably fall on the head of the Ji family again. After saying this sentence, the cold female voice fell silent. On the other side, after casually defeating Yi Chen with one finger, a system prompt rang in my mind again. Ding dong publicly defeated the destiny protagonist. Reward obtained. Holy medicine blood chi divine lotus. This was only defeating the destiny protagonist. And it directly rewarded a holy medicine. Then what if I killed him? Thinking of this, killing intent raged in my eyes. Striding forward like a dragon, and pacing like a tiger, I walked toward Yi Chen. It's over. Seeing me approach step by step, Yi Chen's heart was filled with anger. Before crossing over, he was a nobody at the bottom of the blue planet. Suffering all kinds of insults from his boss every day. He originally thought that after crossing over and awakening a system, he would be like the male lead of a power fantasy novel. Advancing triumphantly all the way. Becoming the strongest in the world. To think that at this moment he was struck down to the ground by a single finger in broad daylight. With absolutely no power to fight back. And right in front of his capture target. Thinking of this, Yi Chen could no longer endure it. He struggled up and roared. Ji family divine son. I, Yi Chen, will remember today's humiliation. In the future when I rise, I will definitely repay it 100-fold. When that time comes I will trample down your Ji family. And slice you into 1,000 pieces. Hearing this, I only felt a burst of amusement. Death is imminent, yet you still dare to spout arrogant words. If this followed the power fantasy novel tropes of my past life. Next the destiny protagonist would say 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young and poor. Then set a 3-year pact. And finally escape without a trace. Too bad the person he met this time is me. Thinking of this, I raised my hand and blasted out a palm. Yi Chen's expression changed. He hurriedly took out an archaic talisman from his chest. This talisman was named the Taichu talisman. It was a saint-grade magical treasure. One of the novice gift packs given to him by his system. A mysterious light enveloped Yi Chen, sweeping him up to dissipate into the void. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young and poor. Ji family divine son. Today's karma will definitely be settled with your Ji family in the future. Yi Chen's angry roar transmitted from the Taichu talisman. I gave a cold laugh. taking out the void great halberd from my body. I directly cleaved toward the void. As a supreme saint weapon forged from the primeval true bone of a saint emperor void beast, it could directly tear through the void. Before Yi Chun could even react, he fell out from the void. Damn it, Ji Xiaoyao. The only reason you can defeat me is nothing more than relying on the Ji family's support behind you. Under equal circumstances, I could suppress you with a raise of my hand. Do you dare give me time? Just 3 years. I'll be able to suppress you single-handedly. So much nonsense, die. Instantly, Yi Chen swallowed his bitter regret and perished on the spot. His primordial spirit and true soul also extinguished with it. All the heavenly Dao sect members around stood frozen in place, their faces full of disbelief. Yi Chen, no matter what, was the holy son of the Five Elements sect. He just killed him just like that, without leaving any leeway at all. And with Yi Chen's fall, a series of system prompt sounds also rang in my mind. Ding dong, you have successfully killed the destiny protagonist Yi Chen, currently devouring the opponent's system. Reward obtained: 9 tribulations, imperishable heavenly art. Reward obtained: divine medicine, tribulation crossing divine lotus. Congratulations host for obtaining the reward, 100,000 top-grade divine source. As the system's voice faded, countless runes emerged in my mind. 9 tribulations, imperishable heavenly art, a supreme body refinement technique. For every level broken through, the physical body will undergo Nirvanic metamorphosis once. Cultivated to the extreme, the physical body can exist eternally, stepping into the river of time without perishing. Good heavens! Without a doubt, this technique is the ultimate supreme method of the body refinement path. The system is awesome. I sighed in admiration in my heart, looking again at the second reward given by the system. Tribulation crossing divine lotus, divine medicine. The companion lotus of the great Tao, Immortal divine lotus. It can allow one to undergo a profound level of Nirvanic metamorphosis. As for the final 100,000 pieces of top-grade divine source, there's no need to say much. Divine source is an essential item for cultivators' cultivation, and also one of the foundational currencies of the 3,000 Dao provinces. Just the first destiny protagonist gave such rewards. There are still 63 more behind him. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. Casually, I shot out a cluster of divine fire, burning Yi Chen's corpse, which had been blasted into mush, into ashes. As everyone knows, the vitality of a destiny protagonist is as tenacious as a cockroach, especially the kind that brings a system. Naturally, I wouldn't leave behind a hidden danger. However, the moment the divine fire landed on Yi Chen's physical body, a 5-colored pill the size of a longan suddenly flew out from Yi Chen's body, emitting astonishing 5 elements origin power. This is the 5 elements origin pill. It is an ancient divine pill, containing the origin power of the 5 elements. Consuming it can help one establish an invincible foundation in the dragon nurturing realm. And it has absolutely no side effects. I didn't expect there to be an unexpected pleasant surprise. I grabbed the 5 elements origin pill in my hand. After putting it away safely, I decisively mounted the fire qilin, turned around and left. After I left, the heavenly Dao sect members let out a long sigh of relief, interacting with His Highness the Divine Sun. The pressure was simply too great. But His Highness the Divine Sun is truly handsome, and his strength is frighteningly strong. If I could just do that with His Highness the Divine Sun, my life would be worth it. Lingqingcha looked in the direction I left, and subconsciously turned the ring on her hand once more. That cold female voice in her mind rang out again. I sensed an aura from the Ji family Divine Sun that shares the same origin as your supreme bone. Perhaps there is an opportunity on him to repair the supreme bone in your body. Hearing this, Lingqingcha gave a bitter laugh. The Ji family Divine Sun is completely out of reach for the current me. As the owner of the supreme bone, she naturally felt the homologous aura inside Ji Xiaoyao's body. But so what? Right now he didn't even have the qualifications to directly face him. On the other side, in the ancestral land of the 5 Elements sect, Yi Chen's life-bound divine lamp suddenly extinguished. The 5 first-generation patriarchs of the 5 Elements sect opened their eyes almost at the exact same time. What happened? Didn't Qin'er go to the heavenly Dao sect to reaffirm the marriage contract? Why did his life-bound divine lamp suddenly go out? Could it be that the people of the heavenly Dao sect suddenly struck to kill? Damn it. If that kid is dead, the 5 Elements origin pill we have schemed for years. Wouldn't it be like drawing water with a bamboo basket? All in vain. Right now the most important thing is, without the 5 Elements origin pill, how are we going to explain this to that lord from the sea of space and time? back when the Dharma-ending age descended. Their lifespans were exhausted. In order to survive, they secretly defected to the sea of space and time. The 5 Elements origin pill was the supreme divine pill they were nurturing for the young master of the sea of space and time. As for Yi Chen, born with the 5 Elements holy body, he was the best furnace for nurturing the 5 Elements origin pill. This was also the reason why Yi Chen was established as the holy son of the 5 Elements sect. Damn it, the heavenly Tao sect is so audacious. Once that lord gets angry, not only us, I'm afraid the entire 5 Elements sect will be reduced to a sea of blood. We must get the 5 Elements origin pill back. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Ji family's Myriad Immortals pavilion, a group of upper echelon elders of the Ji family were sitting together in a circle. Ji Tianqing sat high up in the main seat, with uncontainable excitement on his face. Ha ha ha, my grandson truly possesses the talent to become an immortal. Look at this. What bullshit 5 Elements sect holy son. And an innate 5 Elements holy body. Insta-killed by one finger in front of him. The group of elders also laughed and commented. What is a true supreme genius monster? Just look at Ji Xiaoyao and you'll know. His cultivation realm crushes his peers. His combat power can stand shoulder to shoulder with the older generation. It's a pity Xiaoyao is still too young now. He is still too merciful. Ji Tianqing suddenly sighed. Since he already slaughtered their holy son, why not exterminate their entire sect in one fell swoop? One must know if you cut the weeds without removing the roots, the spring breeze will blow, and they will grow again. Furthermore, those few old fogies of the 5 Elements sect have ties with the forbidden life zone, the sea of space and time. They should have been killed long ago. Although Xiaoyao is merciful, we old bones are still here. Leave the 5 Elements sect to us to resolve. Xiaoyao obtained a 5 Elements origin pill that is still in its embryonic form. Those 5 old fogies of the 5 Elements sect were all born from the manifestation of the 5 Elements origin. It's just right to butcher them and help Xiaoyao refine the 5 Elements origin pill to its perfect state. Before long, elders of the Ji family flew out from the Myriad Immortals pavilion, leading the Ji family's divine guard army majestically toward the direction of the 5 Elements sect. Unaware of this, I sat cross-legged on a futon in the secret chamber of the Imperial palace. And as I preliminarily grasped the 9 tribulations' imperishable heavenly art, a piece of hidden information also emerged in his heart. Immortal Emperor Inheritance. The victor of this Gu-style survival can obtain the complete Immortal Emperor Inheritance. My face was full of disbelief. The 9 tribulations' imperishable heavenly art was a genuine Immortal Emperor Inheritance. Anyone who has cultivated the 9 tribulations' imperishable heavenly art are all considered inheritors of heaven and earth. At certain intervals of time, they will be forcibly teleported into the Immortal Emperor Inheritance secret realm to compete with other inheritors. The victor can obtain the complete Immortal Emperor Inheritance, while the loser will be reduced to nourishment for the victor. Moreover, looking at the obtained information, the 9 tribulations' imperishable heavenly art he currently obtained was incomplete. Above this there is still the 11th layer, the 12th and 13th layers, as well as the final chapter pointing directly above the Immortal Emperor realm. The complete Immortal Emperor Inheritance is divided into 3 parts. The physical body chapter, 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art, the primordial spirit and true soul chapter, myriad tribulations divine fiend visualization method, and the most mysterious ultimate inheritance. Interesting, I revealed a look of anticipation. An incomplete Immortal Emperor Inheritance is already this terrifying. It's hard to imagine how astonishing the complete Immortal Emperor Inheritance would be. After that, I picked up the Blood Qi Divine Lotus and swallowed it in one gulp. As soon as the Blood Qi Divine Lotus was swallowed into my stomach, it transformed into rich Blood Qi power. For a moment Blood Qi surged within my body, activating the 9 tribulations' imperishable heavenly art. This surging Blood Qi power was immediately absorbed. Immediately after, great Tao runes emerged one after another within my body, branding themselves into every inch of my flesh and blood. When I opened my eyes, I subconsciously threw a punch. With just a slight application of force, a terrifying sonic boom erupted. Now just relying on my physical body's strength alone, I'm afraid I can crush all supreme genius monsters of the same realm right. But right at this moment, an anomaly suddenly occurred. A decaying force suddenly emanated from every inch of his flesh and blood. Cultivation of the 9 tribulations' imperishable heavenly art. With every breakthrough, The physical body and primordial spirit will suffer unimaginable tribulations. If one fails to endure it, all prior efforts will be wasted, and the physical body will be completely destroyed. At this moment my originally clear and bright eyes began to turn muddy. My fair skin began to crack and turn a withered yellow. Even my head full of lustrous hair gradually sprouted white strands. At this moment I didn't look like a 10-year-old youth, but rather like an elder in his twilight years. Even my life origin began to wither. Severe pain transmitted from every inch of flesh within his body. I gritted my teeth and continued to circulate the 9 tribulations imperishable art, forcibly resisting the decaying force with blood qi. Gradually, a faint trace of vitality was nurtured within the flesh and blood. The meridians began to repair at a speed visible to the naked eye, and became even stronger, emitting bursts of golden light. It succeeded. The 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art has broken through to the first level. I stood up abruptly. My physical body was more than 10 times stronger than before. Furthermore, it seemed that the primordial supreme bone had also undergone a mysterious change along with it. Not only that, after the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art broke through the first level, a physical divine ability was also nurtured within the flesh and blood. The 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art breeds a physical divine ability within the flesh and blood for every level broken through. With the successful breakthrough of the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art, the cultivation realm I had suppressed for so long could no longer be held back, and was about to automatically break through. I might as well take this opportunity to shatter the extreme limits of the cave heaven realm. Generally speaking, in this realm, being able to open 8 cave heavens could already be called a supreme genius monster. 9 cave heavens is theoretically the absolute limit that the human race can reach. As for 10 cave heavens, that is something only many uniquely blessed, heaven-favored pure-blooded creatures can open up. In fact, back when I first broke through to the cave heaven realm, my terrifying talent automatically opened up 10 cave heavens. At this moment, as I could no longer suppress my cultivation realm, 10 grand cave heavens emerged from his body. 10 cave heavens is theoretically the limit all living beings can achieve. But this is not my limit. The next moment an ocean-like power of blood qi fiercely erupted from within his body. A brand new blood-colored cave heaven embryonic form slowly condensed and emerged behind my back. With blood qi as the guide, flesh and blood runes as the root, the 11th cave heaven open. At the same time above the heavenly emperor palace. The moment I opened up the 11th cave heaven, the originally clear sky instantly turned dark and gloomy. This terrifying phenomenon caught the attention of everyone in the G family. What is happening? What is that highness inside the Imperial palace doing to actually cause such a commotion? Just as everyone was talking animatedly, inside the Divine King Hall, Ji Wushuang and his wife, who were originally drinking tea and playing chess, put down their teacups almost simultaneously, looking with solemn expressions toward the direction of the heavenly emperor palace. This is terrifying destructive power. It's related to Xiaoyao. The hearts of Ji Wushuang and his wife jolted. Then their figures flashed simultaneously, rushing rapidly toward the Imperial palace. On the top floor of the myriad immortals pavilion, an elder with the appearance of a youth reported to Ji Tianqing. Patriarch, it has been resolved. The 5 elements sect has been reduced to ruins. All living beings colluding with the sea of space and time have been entirely slain. As for the other uninformed individuals, their memories were wiped and they were all dismissed. After speaking, the youth-looking elder took out 5 earthen jars from his chest. This is the 5 elements essence refined from the true bodies of those 5 old fogies of the 5 elements sect. Well done. Ji Tianqing gave a light chuckle and put the earthen jars away. With this thing, the 5 elements origin pill in Xiaoyao's hands can reach perfect completion. Thinking of this, Ji Tianqing's mood was immensely good. But right at this moment, a faint destructive force suddenly spread out from the Imperial palace. Ji Tianqing's expression drastically changed. What happened? The crowd didn't hesitate in the slightest, running swiftly and directly toward the Imperial palace, deeply afraid that any accident had happened to Ji Xiaoyao. And just as the crowd arrived at the Imperial palace, a bolt of lightning fully dozens of zhang thick furiously struck toward the Imperial palace. Insolent. Seeing this scene, the crowd's expressions were filled with anger. One of the closest clan elders decisively took action. With just a single palm he blasted that bolt of lightning to pieces. But the instant he retracted his palm, a faint trace of lightning actually wrapped around his palm. emitting a faint destructive force. This is a heavenly tribulation. Rumor has it that ever since the ancient Dharma-ending age passed, heavenly tribulations had dissipated completely. Just what on earth is that person inside the heavenly emperor palace doing to actually trigger a heavenly tribulation that hasn't appeared in 100,000 years? At the same time, inside the secret chamber of the heavenly emperor palace, as the 11th cave heaven thoroughly condensed and took form, the aura radiating from my body began to skyrocket at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, I was not satisfied with the current state. I can still continue. As the words fell, both eyes simultaneously erupted with two brilliant divine lights, one yin and one yang, evolving into a slowly rotating yin-yang taiji diagram, with the yin-yang taiji diagram as the guide and the double pupil origin as the root. The 12th cave heaven open. Yet another cave heaven emerged behind me. This cave heaven presented black and white colors, with yin and yang qi circulating mutually to evolve all living things. The moment the 12th cave heaven was opened, the crowd outside only saw a brilliant divine light burst forth from the heavenly emperor palace. The next moment 12 grand cave heavens like blazing suns hung high in the sky. These are cave heavens. There are actually 12 of them. As everyone knows, 10 cave heavens is already the absolute limit of the cave heaven realm. Throughout the ages, those who can open 10 cave heavens in the cave heaven realm are without exception the supreme geniuses among supreme geniuses. Yet at this moment the phantoms of 12 cave heavens are actually reflecting in the void. This completely shattered the understanding of everyone present. Coming back to his senses, Ji Tianqing burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, as expected of my grandson. He truly possesses the talent to become an immortal. 12 cave heavens. Looking across past and present, even those invincible great emperors could not compare to my grandson in their youth. Ji Tianqing was so happy he literally jumped up. Rumor has it that before the taboo era, there was once an invincible heavenly emperor, who in his youth forged a new path after opening 10 cave heavens. With great wisdom and great perseverance, he deduced the path of merging 10 cave heavens into one, thereby shattering the extreme limits of the cave heaven realm. At this moment Xiaoyao has opened up 12 cave heavens, carving out an entirely new path, similarly shattering the extreme limits. He isn't necessarily weaker than that invincible heavenly emperor, but they would absolutely never imagine that my 12 cave heavens was still not my limit. Once more, the primordial supreme bone inside my body suddenly glowed, slowly condensing into a purple cave heaven embryonic form behind me, with the primordial supreme bone as the root, guided by the endless Hongmeng purple qi. The Shrisan cave heaven open. A purple sun also slowly condensed in the outer void along with it. Holy shit again. 13 cave heavens. This world is too crazy. Shithun cave heavens, ah. Everyone went crazy. This matter is enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Ji Tianqing was so excited that he even stuttered when speaking. What talent to become an immortal. My grandson clearly has the talent of an invincible immortal king, ah. And right at this moment, I instead activated the origin of the chaos body within my body again, with the chaos origin as the root, and the myriad daos as the guide. The Shrisu cave heaven open. The next moment, an unbelievably grand cave heaven condensed and emerged behind me. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. 14 cave heavens. He actually opened up 14 cave heavens. Oh mom, come out and see God. And the 14 cave heavens have all merged into one. Just how exactly was this done? He has already far surpassed that invincible heavenly emperor in the legends. Accompanied by the 14 cave heavens completely merging into one, a sudden thunderclap rang out above the Imperial palace. I felt something in my heart, and quickly rushed out of the Imperial palace, looking up at the heavenly tribulation overhead. My eyes were extremely indifferent. His Highness the Divine Sun has come out. Everyone locked their gazes onto me, like a banished immortal descending to the mortal realm. Some female cultivators present couldn't help but fall into a trance. Below, Su Ruyue couldn't help but panic. The aura emitted by the heavenly tribulation overhead was simply too terrifying. Let alone cave heaven realm cultivators. I'm afraid even if a dragon transformation realm cultivator came, they would be instantly blasted into scum. Can Xiaoyao withstand this heavenly tribulation? Ji Wushuang softly comforted his wife. Rest assured, all right. Xiaoyao opened up 14 cave heavens, and ultimately merged them into one, towering above everyone past, present, and future. This heavenly tribulation might not be able to do anything to him. But Su Ruyue was still worried. No. If any accident happens to Xiaoyao, I won't be able to live on either. Looking at his wife's pale face due to worry, Ji Wushuang tightly grasped her hand. Rest assured. With me here a mere heavenly tribulation cannot hurt Xiaoyao. After saying that, his entire body erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. The great Daos of heaven and earth faintly trembled under his aura. The clan elders felt this aura and looked over in disbelief. Wushuang, you broke through to that realm. Ji Wushuang gave a light chuckle. 10 years of cultivation. I felt something in my heart. And luckily broke through. Everyone only felt it was abnormal. The supreme realm can already tower above the rules of the great Tao. The strongest existence below the great emperor. Ha ha ha, my son Wushuang has the talent of a great emperor. Hearing this, Ji Tianqing smiled so wide he couldn't close his mouth. The rest of the clan elders rolled their eyes upon seeing this. Both son and grandson are so heaven-defying. This old guy's luck is simply too good. And at this moment the heavenly tribulation also began. Only hearing a muffled thunderclap in the gloomy sky. A bolt of lightning fully 1,000 zhang thick smashed towards my head. I looked at the heavenly tribulation lightning smashing down from overhead, and lightly pointed out a finger. Disperse. This finger looked completely ordinary. But the next moment, the 1,000 zhang lightning overhead actually truly dissipated into thin air. As if it had never appeared at all. The heavenly tribulation is nothing more than this. Meanwhile, the Tianlan secret realm of the 3,000 Dao provinces automatically opens once every 100 years. Not only are there supreme inheritances within, but it also abundantly produces a rank 7, or named Tianlan stone, which is a top-grade material for forging magical treasures and Dao weapons. Almost every time the Tianlan secret realm opens, it would attract large batches of supreme genius monsters to enter and explore. And at this moment, following the hidden changes occurring in heaven and earth, the Tianlan secret realm, which originally had 30 years left before opening, actually opened early. Looking at the secret realm opening early, someone let out an excited laugh. But right at this moment, a low roar abruptly rang out from deep within the Tianlan secret realm. An immemorial wild aura transmitted out from that divine temple. The crowd became even more excited. Could it be that a complete supreme inheritance is about to emerge? For a time everyone quickly rushed towards that ancient divine temple. It's just that the moment they approached the divine temple, a formless chi mechanism pervaded out. All living beings that approached instantly shattered into a mist of blood. Countless massive figures stepped out from the ancient divine statues. Each of these figures was 100 zhang in size. Dense ancient patterns were engraved on their massive bodies. The most peculiar thing was on the top of their heads. Grew a single horn fully over 10 meters long. The Dharma-ending age has finally ended. The golden age begins. We, the immemorial royal families, have finally awakened from our slumber. This land will once again submit under our rule. At the same time, the immemorial ruins of Yun province in the 3,000 Dao provinces. A young girl entirely enveloped in immemorial armor slowly walked out from within. The golden age has finally begun. We, the immemorial royal families, will once again rule the world. However, after feeling the barren spiritual energy permeating the air, he couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that the golden age has only just begun now. The great Daos have not yet completely revived. The patriarchs are still unable to awaken. On the other side, the Ji family of the Imperial province, accompanied by the final bolt of earth attribute, heavenly tribulation lightning, being smashed to pieces by my punch. Right now the blood chi surging within my body is just like an immemorial fierce beast, emitting an unusually scorching aura. Compared to before, my physical body is about 40% stronger. The 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art has also stepped into the middle stage of the first level. Moreover, I can break through to the dragon nurturing realm at any time. The so-called dragon nurturing realm. The true meaning lies in the word, nurturing. Nurturing a true dragon within the cave heaven. Once fully nurtured, the true dragon will soar into the 9 heavens. And oneself will undergo an astonishing nirvanic metamorphosis. It's a pity the heavenly tribulation dissipated. If it could have continued, perhaps the 5 elements origin pill could have been nurtured to a perfect state. Right at this moment, Ji Tianqing suddenly let out a loud laugh. And through the earthen jars sealing the origins of the 5 elements Sect's 5 first-generation patriarchs toward Ji Xiaoyao. Good grandson catch. My eyes shifted. The 5 earthen jars instantly shattered. Rich 5 elements essence qi immediately permeated the entire void. Such rich 5 elements essence qi. I feel like I'm going to break through. Are we benefiting from the perks of His Highness the Divine Sun? This is too awesome. Looks of excitement showed on everyone's faces. Some even sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to cultivate. And I didn't waste the slightest bit either. Swallowing clean the remaining 5 elements origin essence all around. My cultivation also took the opportunity to skyrocket, directly breaking through to the dragon nurturing realm. Everything happened so naturally, without the slightest hindrance. Ha ha ha, a 10-year-old in the dragon nurturing realm. Given time. In the future he will definitely surpass the primal ancestor. The golden age descends. The destiny of this era will once again belong to my G family. While the loud laughter rang out, a weather-beaten large hand abruptly tore through the void. Immediately after, an old man covered in age spots took a step out and arrived in front of the crowd. Yet the crowd present didn't dare to show the slightest negligence. You are Patriarch Outyen. A clan elder recognized the old man's identity, his face full of disbelief. Patriarch Outyen. Could it be that Patriarch Outyen, who during the Taboo era single-handedly leveled a Forbidden Life Zone and slayed the Lord of the Forbidden Life Zone? According to the clan genealogy records, Patriarch Outyen was born with the Heaven Tyrant body. After his physique reached grand completion, he once contended with a great emperor and remained undefeated. He was praised as one of the strongest supreme genius monsters of that era. A trace of astonishment couldn't help but flash through everyone's eyes. And Ji Outyen was more and more satisfied the more he looked at me, nodding frequently. As expected of my Ji family's qilin son. Not bad, not bad. It wasn't in vain for me to specially come out of seclusion. Now that the golden age has begun. With your talent you can be the contemporary Imperial son of my Ji family. Are you willing? As soon as these words came out, everyone present was in an uproar. The group of clan elders immediately exploded into chatter. Patriarch Outyen. Isn't such a decision a bit inappropriate? A clan elder gritted his teeth and raised a question. Since ancient times, the position of Imperial son in my Ji family has always been won through battles of strength. If just because Xiaoyao displayed heaven-defying talent, he is directly designated as the Imperial son towards the other top 10 sequence holy sons, it is somewhat unfair. It might provoke rebellious psychology in others. Ji Outyen gave a cold snort. If anyone is unconvinced, you can just let them come and challenge Xiaoyao. Under the same realm. If they can defeat Xiaoyao in battle, they can very well replace him in the position of Imperial son. We can take this opportunity exactly to let them become Xiaoyao's whetstones. After saying that, he turned his head to look at me. Xiaoyao, are you willing to become the contemporary Imperial son of my Ji family? Thank you for your profound love, Patriarch. Xiaoyao is willing. I naturally wouldn't refuse. The Ji family's Imperial son has the chance to enter the universe's secret realm, and the opportunity to obtain a great emperor's inheritance. Ha ha ha, good. This matter is settled. The rest of you shall not mention it again. After speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from his original spot once more, as if he had never appeared at all. The remaining crowd glanced at each other, and in unison knelt down toward Ji Xiaoyao. Greetings, His Highness the Imperial son. But at this time, on a certain floating divine island of the Ji family, a young man looked in the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, holding a long spear in his hand, with boiling battle intent. His name is Ji Tianjun. He is among the Ji family's contemporary top 10 sequence holy sons, ranked third among the sequence holy sons, born with the 100 battles divine body. His combat power shocks the past and present. He once single-handedly beheaded 12 young supreme geniuses of a forbidden life zone in succession. Relying on others will ultimately not secure the seat of the Imperial son. I am very much looking forward to the battle with you. When the time comes, I will break every bone in your body inch by inch, to tell the world who the true Imperial son of the Ji family is. And as the Ji family's contemporary 7th sequence holy son, she flows with a portion of Phoenix bloodline. The true Phoenix phantom behind her let out a resonant cry. Patriarch Outyen regards us as your whetstones, wanting to use us to help temper an invincible Dao heart for you. But I specifically want to do the exact opposite, and shatter your Dao heart. Unaware, I sat cross-legged on a futon, simultaneously bearing the double pupils Hongmeng Supreme Bone, Chaos Body Emperor Blood, and various other top-tier talents in one body. Ding dong, sign in location has been issued. Taichu divine steel, sign in time. 10 days. Taichu divine steel. What place is this? Over the past 10 years I've spent most of my time cultivating with the Ji family's patriarchs in the ancestral shrine. I have never stepped out of the Ji family. I'll wait until tomorrow to ask father and mother. I just don't know what this sign in. What reward the system will give. The next morning, I slowly walked into the Divine King Hall. Right as I reached the entrance, I heard voices conversing inside. Xiaoyao is now 10 years old. In a few more years he will come of age. Should we arrange a marriage contract for him in advance? I think the Imperial princess of the Taiyin Immortal dynasty is pretty good. Born with the extreme Yin holy body. She is an absolutely excellent dual cultivation furnace. Moreover, her talent and peerless beauty can barely match Xiaoyao. The holy maiden of the Nine Heavens Holy Land is also excellent. Born with the Nine Heavens Immortal body. Combined together with Xiaoyao's Chaos body, they might be able to give birth to the legendary Nine Heavens Chaos Immortal body. The Imperial princess of the Taiyin Immortal dynasty is still better. The Nine Heavens Holy body has gradually gone into decline these years. On the contrary, the Taiyin Immortal dynasty has become increasingly prosperous. How about both of them together? With Xiaoyao's talent, marrying both of them is completely more than enough. Marrying one is marrying. Marrying two is also marrying. Might as well marry a few more at once. My footsteps paused at the door. If I remember correctly, the Taiyin Imperial Princess and the Nine Heavens Holy Land Holy Maiden are both illustrious supreme genius monsters of the contemporary younger generation. They are both already in their early 20s. I am only 10 years old. Just as I thought of this, the main doors of the Divine King Hall opened. Xiaoyao is here. Su Ruyue pulled me into the palace with a face full of smiles to sit down. She picked up a spirit fruit from the table and handed it to me. Taste this, it's a king-grade ultimate spirit fruit, just sent over by the medicine god Sect. It can enhance blood qi, and nurture the primordial spirit. Ji Wushuang smiled elegantly. You should have heard what your mother and I were just talking about, right? What are your own thoughts? Su Ruyue spoke up with a smile from the side. If you ask me, let's settle both of them. We can add more in the future if there are suitable ones. With our Xiaoyao's talent, whichever family's girl is chosen, it's their blessing. I gave a bitter laugh. Mother, I am only 10 years old now. It is still too early for matters of marriage contracts. That's true, then let's wait a few more years. Ji Wushuang nodded first. And then murmured. I heard that the Yi family produced an incredible little girl a few years ago. Innate Dao fetus. When she was born, myriad Daos congratulated her. Wait a few more years. That little girl will also be just at the age for marriage. Hearing this, the corners of my mouth twitched. And I hurriedly changed the subject, saying, right. Does father know where this Taichu divine steel is located? Back when the Dharma ending age descended, the patriarch of the Taichu divine kingdom didn't have much lifespan left. In order to extend his life, he colluded with the god and demon mausoleum. As a result, he was forcefully suppressed and killed by our Ji family's patriarch wielding an imperial weapon. The Taichu divine steel naturally became our Ji family's spoils of war. Now it's placed in our Ji family's divine martial arena, used as a tool for younger descendants to test their own strength. Ji Wushuang said indifferently. I fell into a momentary daze. The Ji family is truly incomparably overbearing. The immemorial divine kingdom was also a local overlord of the 3,000 Dao provinces back then. To think it was actually annihilated by the Ji family. But this is fine too. It saves me from having to go look for it everywhere. Father, I want to go to the Taichu divine steel to test myself. Ji Wushuang pondered briefly and nodded with a smile, saying, going to try is fine too. With your talent, perhaps you can break the steel's record and set a myth for the ages. At this moment, inside the steel forest of the divine martial arena, a golden stone steel fully 10,000 zhang tall pierced into the sky. Densely packed names were engraved on the stone steel. Lingqingcha was staring eagerly at the divine steel in front of her. I wonder if Lingqingcha can successfully leave her name on the Taichu divine steel this time. She possesses the supreme Dao bone. Although its origin is lost, it is still a supreme bone after all. She should be able to leave her name on the divine steel. I heard that our Ji family has several sequence holy sons who have tried to recruit her as a follower, but were all rejected. The crowd discussed spiritedly, fixing their gazes upon Lingqingcha. Heavenly Dao God-breaking palm. Lingqingcha raised her pale hands and blasted a palm towards the Taichu divine steel. erupting with unimaginable power. Light lit up on the divine steel. A grand voice echoed in the void. Cave Heaven Realm. 1 palm. 15 million caddies of force. Ranked 3745th. Rewarded 1 10,000 beasts blood pill. Lingqingcha actually succeeded, leaving her name on the Taichu divine steel. And it's even ranked in the 3000s. The supreme bone truly deserves to be one of the strongest talents of the current era. Even if it is somewhat incomplete, it is still incomparably overbearing. Gasps of admiration came from all around. Many fervent gazes converged onto Lingqingcha. Lingqingcha herself, however, was very indifferent. It's a pity your supreme bone's origin is currently deficient. The supreme bloodborne in your body is still too thin. Otherwise, you might have been able to fight into the steel's top 100. She got up and prepared to leave. But right at this moment, a streak of fire tore through the sky. The originally clear sky instantly turned entirely crimson. They saw an awe-inspiring fire qilin treading through the air. Greetings to Lord Divine King. And His Highness the Imperial Son. The crowd in the divine martial arena all bowed to pay their respects in unison. All rise. There's no need to bow. Ji Wushuang raised his hand to the crowd. And then pointed forward saying, Xiaoyao, that is the Taichu divine steel. I looked up. The cold mechanical sound of the system instantly rang in my mind. Ding dong, host has arrived at the Taichu divine steel. Sign in immediately. Sign in, I chanted silently in my heart. Ding dong, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the reward. Great Dao Bodhi Heart. Sky-horned ant divine ability. And 15 stalks of holy medicine. The system is as awesome as always. Double pupils Hongmeng supreme bone. Chaos body emperor blood. And now there's another great Dao Bodhi Heart. This setup. Even the great Dao's own son would only be like this, right? A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. And right at this moment, densely packed runes emerged out of thin air in his mind. As they intertwined and twined together, they transformed into a golden ant the size of a palm. It was impressively none other than the origin divine ability runes of the Sky-horned ant. Sky-horned ant divine ability. One of the 10 vicious divine abilities. The extreme limit of strength. Cultivated to the extreme, one can break myriad laws with pure strength. I directly sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend. The great Dao Bodhi Heart emitted a faint light. He quickly entered a profound state of enlightenment. The sounds of the great Dao faintly echoed by his ears. What is His Highness the Imperial Son doing? I thought he was going to challenge the Taichu divine steel. Why did he suddenly sit down? The Taichu divine steel was built by great Emperor Yuan back in the day. Rumor has it that it contains a portion of the inheritance left behind by great Emperor Yuan. Could His Highness the Imperial Son have comprehended something from within? And at this moment, I however completely immersed my entire heart and mind into the Sky-horned ant precious technique. Countless great Dao runes circulated in my mind. Every single one was incomparably profound. As if expounding the truth of the great Dao of strength. As expected of the legendary 10 vicious creatures. They've simply deduced the great Dao of strength to the extreme. What terrifying blood qi! His Highness the Imperial Son truly comprehended something from the Taichu divine steel. Could the phantom evolved behind his back be the legendary Sky-horned ant? That's it. Rumor has it that when great Emperor Yuan was young, he once obtained the Sky-horned ant inheritance in some secret realm. Who would have thought His Highness the Imperial Son could actually use the Taichu divine steel to comprehend this invincible divine ability? Everyone around was shocked beyond measure. And not just them. Even Ji Wushuang and his wife were currently shocked into a daze on the spot. Xiaoyao's comprehension ability is simply too perverted. To actually comprehend a 10 vicious divine ability through the Taichu divine steel. While talking, I slowly walked to the front of the Taichu divine steel. Eager to try. His Highness the Imperial Son is about to challenge the Taichu divine steel. With His Highness the Imperial Son's strength, leaving his name on the divine steel shouldn't be a big problem. I just don't know what rank he can achieve. Currently the highest ranking person from our Ji family on the Taichu divine steel is the second sequence, Holy Son Ji Tianke. In the Cave Heaven Realm, one punch has a massive force of 685 million caddies. Ranking third on the Taichu divine steel. I wonder if His Highness the Imperial Son can break his record. It's a bit difficult. Holy Son Tianke obtained the barbarian god's inheritance and walks the path of an immemorial body cultivator. His physical body is already unparalleled. In comparison, His Highness the Imperial Son is still too young. A trace of a smile appeared at the corner of my mouth, accompanied by a low roar. I fiercely threw a punch. The moment I punched, the blood chi within my body surged out like a volcanic eruption. Within it were endless interwoven runes, evolving into 100 zhong large phantom of a sky-horned ant. The crowd only felt a chill in the bottom of their hearts. In a daze they saw an immemorial fierce beast, roaring towards the sky upon a wild land. At the same time, my name subsequently appeared in the first position on the Taichu divine stele. The originally quiet scene instantly boiled over. Cave Heaven Realm, Sanshou million caddies of force. Everyone rubbed their eyes frantically, looking in disbelief at the record on the Taichu divine stele. No wonder Patriarch Outyen designated him to become the contemporary imperial son of our Ji family. His physical body shattered the extreme limits of eternity, reaching the top of the divine stele as number 1. Reward: Taiyu Scriptures Dragon Nurturing Chapter, and a bottle of Taichu Divine Liquid. The grand voice echoed once again. Immediately after, a golden light enveloped my entire body. Not far away, Lingqingcha looked at the record on the Taichu divine stele, her red lips slightly parted. Waves surged in her heart, as expected of the Ji family's imperial son. So strong. The cold female voice abruptly rang in Lingqingcha's mind. Qingcha within the reward the Ji family's imperial son just received. I felt the aura of the Taichu divine liquid. If you can obtain it and combine it with the secret method I passed to you, it can definitely repair the shattered supreme bone in your body. Hearing this, Lingqingcha subconsciously turned the ring in her hand, and immediately gave a bitter laugh. Master, for no reason at all. How could someone give such a divine object to me for absolutely no reason? Don't worry, I have a special item here. It concerns the Xiantian Empress. Take it to exchange with him. He definitely won't refuse. The name Xiantian Empress could be said to be extremely dazzling during the immemorial era. Praised as one of the most talented empresses in history. Born with double pupils, rising from humble beginnings, and with a female body, suppressing all peers of her generation so they couldn't even lift their heads. Ultimately attaining the great Tao with overwhelming power to become an empress. The Ji family's imperial son also possesses the double pupils talent. He definitely won't refuse the inheritance of the Xiantian Empress. What His Highness the imperial son also possesses double pupils. An expression of disbelief flashed through Lingqingcha's eyes. She had once felt an aura similar to her supreme bone from him. And now there are double pupils as well. Right, and also the Ji family's emperor blood. Good heavens, Lingqingcha was completely dumbfounded. Of course, if she knew that besides the double pupils, supreme bone, and emperor blood, I also simultaneously possess the chaos body and the great Tao Bodhi heart, she would probably be even more shocked. Right at this moment. Sign-in completed. Rewards obtained. I also mounted the fire qilin and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Lingqingcha quickly stepped forward. Your Highness the Imperial Son, please wait. I turned my head. The only thing about Lingqingcha worth my remembering is her identity as a daughter of destiny. Unlike those children of destiny who transmigrated with systems, Lingqingcha is equivalent to a native person of destiny of this world, protected by the destiny of the great Tao, and even carries a grandpa in a ring with her. My gaze casually glanced at the ring in Lingqingcha's hand. Is there something you need? Lingqingcha swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Qingcha wishes to discuss a trade with Your Highness the Imperial Son. I want to use this item to exchange for the Taichu Divine Liquid in Your Highness the Imperial Son's hands. Lingqingcha opened the storage ring in her hand and took out an archaic token. Engraved on the token were 2 characters from the immemorial era, Xiantian, and a completely faint strand of Emperor Tao aura blossomed from within it. This is the Xiantian Empress's token. My eyes narrowed slightly. Regarding this Empress who possessed the same double pupils talent as myself, I naturally know of her. That's right, it is exactly the Xiantian Empress's token. I wonder if Your Highness the Imperial Son can agree to this trade. Interesting. I gave a light chuckle. You want the Taichu Divine Liquid. It is nothing more than wanting to repair the incomplete supreme bone in your body. But the problem is, wanting to exchange for the Taichu Divine Liquid, relying solely on this Xiantian token, is not enough. Hearing this, Lingqingcha's expression froze. Indeed, although the Xiantian token is precious, the number of them scattered across the world is not small. With the Ji family's power, if needed they could find one for him in no time. Thinking of this, she bit her red lips lightly and spoke. I wonder what your highness the Imperial Son needs. As long as I have it, I will definitely offer it up. I want you. I said straight to the point. Lingqingcha instantly blushed. Her expression also became unnatural. She subconsciously looked up at me. If your highness the Imperial Son can repair the supreme bone in my body, Qingcha is willing. But before she could finish speaking, she was impatiently interrupted by me. What are you thinking about? I am talking about the supreme art engraved on the supreme bone in your body. Bro who understands this. Discovered a cringe girl. Lingqingcha upon realizing blushed even redder. The supreme divine art engraved on the supreme bone has power comparable to an emperor Dao divine ability, although it requires the supreme bone as a medium to be cast. Otherwise its power will be greatly discounted. But I possess the Hongmeng supreme bone, whose tier towers above the regular supreme bone. Naturally I can cast the supreme divine art engraved on someone else's supreme bone. Alright. As long as your highness the Imperial Son can repair the supreme bone in Qingcha's body, Qingcha will naturally offer up the supreme divine art. Lingqingcha agreed without hesitation. After speaking, she respectfully handed the Xiantian token in her hand to me. I took the Xiantian token. Relax your mind and do not resist. As the words fell, I directly reached my hand toward Lingqingcha. Very quickly a feeling of warmth came from her chest. A streak of purple qi surged into her body, circulating through her 4 limbs and hundreds of bones. This is supreme origin. Lingqingcha hurriedly activated her supreme bone to absorb this origin power. The aura on her body was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, I silently withdrew my hand. The reason why I used the origin power of the Hongmeng supreme bone to repair Lingqingcha's incomplete supreme bone, and didn't use the Taichu divine liquid. The fundamental reason is still because it would be too much of a waste. After all the tier of my Hongmeng supreme bone towers above Lingqingcha's supreme bone, it only requires consuming a trace of origin power to be able to repair the other party's incomplete supreme bone. And as for myself, this kind of consumption has absolutely no impact at all. It can be replenished in an instant. Next is the time to harvest the fruits. I open my double pupils. Runes flickered in both eyes. Illusory piercing. This is one of the pupil arts innate to the double pupils. It can see through all illusions in the world and directly look at the origin of the great Tao. In an instant the supreme divine art engraved on Lingqingcha's supreme bone was completely revealed. Lingqingcha also sensed that someone was prying into her. However, after feeling my aura, she obediently relaxed her mind and allowed the other party to probe. Time heaven-slashing sword art. Condensing the power of time into a sword to slash the firmament. With the blessing of the great Tao Bodhi heart, I very quickly preliminarily grasped the supreme divine art recorded on Lingqingcha's supreme bone. A very transcendent kind of supreme divine art. Even more powerful than many Emperor Tao divine abilities. Not only is its power infinite, it can also slash away an enemy's lifespan. Cultivated to the extreme, one can even rely on this art to step foot into the river of time. Inspiration struck my mind. The Hongmeng supreme bone inside my body vibrated slightly. The next moment he gripped forward with one hand. An illusory long sword condensed from the power of time materialized in his hand. Wielding the sword of time in hand. In an instant fragments of time splattered outwards. The surrounding void vibrated, as if it could shatter at any moment. At the same time, Lingqingcha slowly opened her eyes. The supreme bone in her body had already been completely repaired. Her cultivation base skyrocketed to the peak of the cave heaven realm. The current her has the confidence to contend with any enemy of the current age. But the instant she opened her eyes, she happened to see me swinging the sword of time. This is my supreme divine art. How is this possible? Lingqingcha stood dumbfounded on the spot. Her eyes full of disbelief. One must know even she herself had not completely mastered this supreme divine art. But what the hell is this right now? His Highness the Imperial Son merely took a single glance and could actually cast it directly. What kind of heaven-defying comprehension ability is this? Just whose supreme divine art is this anyway? As if seeing through Lingqingcha's doubts, the supreme remnant soul lodging within her body spoke in a low voice. The supreme bone inside the Ji family Imperial Son's body has a tier far above yours. It is the legendary Hongmeng supreme bone. Then she let out a heartfelt sigh. The Ji family is truly where destiny returns. First they produced a white-clothed divine king, who was invincible in the world. And now they've produced a monster born with double pupils, and the Hongmeng supreme bone. In this era's destiny, who can contend with their G family? No wonder every time she saw His Highness the Imperial Son, she would faintly have an urge to submit. It should be under the influence of the supreme bone in her body. On the other side, after I left the divine martial arena, I returned directly to the secret chamber in the Imperial Palace. The Xiantian token concerns the inheritance of Great Emperor Xiantian. If I can obtain the mandate of heaven method, recorded in the Xiantian scripture, and allow the double pupils Hongmeng supreme bone chaos body, as well as the great Tao Bodhi heart to evolve once more, my strength would probably increase geometrically. According to the information obtained from Lingqingcha's attribute panel, in another half a month, the Xiantian secret realm is probably going to open. And the inheritance of Great Emperor Xiantian is exactly within the Xiantian secret realm. I silently put the Xiantian token away, and began my closed-door cultivation, to prepare for the Xiantian secret realm in half a month. In the blink of an eye 10 days passed. During these 10 days, the 3,000 Tao provinces could be described as surging with winds and clouds. Countless supreme geniuses sprang up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Holy Son Yi Bufan of the limitless Holy Land, born with the desolate ancient holy body, right upon entering the world, forcefully slayed 10 great cultivators of the divine storehouse realm with a dragon transformation realm cultivation. His golden holy blood shot straight into the clouds. Xue Hunzi of the immemorial royal family shook the past and present with his myriad blood spirit transforming heavenly art. On the day of his emergence, he slaughtered 1,000,000 living beings to nurture an invincible blood demon. Imperial Princess Ouyang Xian of the flying immortal divine dynasty set up a supreme genius arena in the Imperial city. Won 268 consecutive matches, slaughtering until no one in the world dared to claim supremacy. Not only that, a multitude of Forbidden Zone sons from the Forbidden Life Zones also began to walk out of the Forbidden Zones. And just as everyone was shocked by the scenes of this glorious age, the spread of a certain piece of news made all the supreme genius monsters become even more restless. The Xiantian secret realm which had vanished for endless ages was about to open. As the inheritance secret realm left behind by the Xiantian Empress back in the day, it not only contains an Emperor Tao inheritance and the mandate of heaven method, but also possesses many supreme opportunities. Holy medicines, divine weapons, magical treasures, and supreme divine abilities. There were even rumors leaking out. Before Great Emperor Xiantian dissipated back then, she had also buried her own extreme Tao Emperor weapon inside the Xiantian secret realm. For a time public sentiment was agitated. A massive number of living beings rushed swiftly towards Thunder Province, where the Xiantian secret realm was located. At this moment inside Gufang City, Xue Hunzi leaned lazily on a throne piled up from flesh and blood. Behind him endless vengeful souls were roaring and howling. Is the Xiantian secret realm about to open? A trace of anticipation revealed in Xue Hunzi's eyes. He possesses the blood fiend soul body. This is a special physique, not listed among the 3,000 great Tao physiques, yet is extremely powerful. Attaining the Tao through killing, nourishing the body with blood. However, this physique has a massive flaw. Every slaughter will accumulate blood poison within the body. If not cleansed in time, the primordial spirit will slowly be eroded by the blood poison, until completely swallowed by the blood poison, transforming into a blood fiend that only knows slaughter. If I can obtain the Xiantian Empress's mandate of heaven method, to allow my blood fiend soul body to evolve once more, when that time comes, who in this world can still stop me? On the other side, deep within Qilin Cliff, a certain bulging small earth mound suddenly split open. An incomparably pale palm abruptly thrust out from it. Immediately after, a young man slowly crawled out from inside, wearing ancient battle armor from the immemorial era. A new golden age has begun. The road to becoming an immortal is about to open again. Last time, because my foundation was unstable, I missed the opportunity to become an immortal. This time I will not miss it again. Now that the Xiantian secret realm has opened, that Empress's inheritance will also emerge. The mandate of heaven method can perfectly mend the deficiency in my bloodline. The purple-haired man took a step forward and dissipated from his original spot. Earth defect province, the peak of the Azure Cloud Sect's sect master. Lu Qingyun wore a green robe. In front of his eyes was a virtual panel that only he could see. Name, Lu Qingyun. Identity, sect master of the Azure Cloud Sect. Cultivation, Cave Heaven Realm 8 Cave Heavens. Talent, Supreme Divine Body. Cultivation method, Tao Scripture, incomplete. Divine ability, Ice and Fire Dual Polarity Art. Heaven-piercing sword Qi ice soul palm quasi-emperor coercion. Magical treasure, Tao weapon, supreme sword. Heaven earth and man 3 seals. Realm-breaking talisman. Currently bound disciples. Mu Shui Yun, flowing cloud Tao body. Ling Yu, water spirit body. That's right, Lu Qingyun was not a person of this world, but a transmigrator. Not only that, after transmigrating, he also bound to a system called the Eternal Strongest Sect. As long as he recruits disciples, he can obtain system rewards. Furthermore, the higher the talent of the recruited disciples, the richer the rewards would be. The Xiantian secret realm is opening. The contemporary supreme geniuses are all gathering. Even some ancient freaks will be present. If I can take the opportunity to recruit some supreme genius monsters to join the Azure Cloud sect, the rewards given by the system will definitely be extremely astonishing. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyun couldn't stop his heart from fluttering. And I also finished my cultivation and opened my eyes. In 10 days' time, my cultivation went from the original dragon, nurturing realm 5th heaven, directly breaking through to the dragon nurturing realm 7th heaven. If this terrifying cultivation speed were put in the outside world, it would definitely give everyone a massive shock. Next, it's time to head to the Xiantian secret realm. I stood up and slowly walked out of the secret chamber. The hornless dragon chariot sped rapidly. After passing through several teleportation formations, it very quickly arrived in the airspace above Thunder Province. Ding Dong detected that a Destiny protagonist has appeared in the host's vicinity. Please proceed to kill them as soon as possible. I sat up straight. The laziness in my eyes instantly dissipated. Encountered another Destiny protagonist. Last time I killed Yichen. The system gave an Immortal Emperor inheritance. I wonder what reward it will give this time. I stepped out of the chariot, only to see an ancient majestic city situated before my eyes. Hundreds of millions of living beings lived within it. On the city walls piled up from unknown bluestones, there remained various traces of knife hacks and axe chops. According to the information provided by the system, the Destiny protagonist this time should be right inside this Xiantian ancient city. I sat back in the chariot and immediately drove it heading into the city. Because the Xiantian secret realm was about to open. The current Xiantian ancient city could be described as extraordinarily lively. A massive number of supreme genius monsters gathered here. Many sects and families also sent people over one after another. The city gates were a clamor of noise. But with the appearance of the hornless dragon chariot, the scene instantly became quiet. Everyone subconsciously stopped their movements and looked up at the hornless dragon chariot. It's the Ji family's chariot. Isn't flying forbidden in the Xiantian ancient city? Why can people from the Ji family ignore this rule? Rules have always been made by the strong for the weak. For us, the Xiantian ancient city belongs to the strong. But as for the Ji family, the Xiantian ancient city is like a mere ant. The so-called no-fly rule naturally cannot restrain the Ji family. Someone opened their mouth to explain. But right at this moment, several figures suddenly appeared in front of the hornless dragon chariot. The leader wore a flowing silver-white battle armor. His skin was even fairer than a woman's, holding a divine bow in hand. And the youth beside him spoke aloud. The look in his eyes directed at the hornless dragon chariot was gloomy and cold. The Imperial Ji family is so overbearing, actually daring to publicly provoke the Xiantian ancient city's no-fly rule. Could it be you think you all can truly dominate the entire 3,000 Dao provinces? As soon as these words came out, everyone around immediately looked over. Who is this person? Such great audacity. To actually dare to publicly provoke a Ji family supreme genius. It's him, Zhou Ke. Someone let out a low cry and recognized the youth's identity. Zhou Ke, one of the inheritors of the Forbidden Life Zone, the Undying Tomb, possessing the heavenly demon divine pupils. Adopted since childhood by Forbidden Zone beings from the Undying Tomb, and brought into the Undying Tomb to cultivate. So it's an inheritor from a Forbidden Zone. I was wondering how he dared to provoke the Ji family for no reason. Those few people beside him are also very extraordinary. They are all top-tier experts among the Forbidden Zone's younger generation. Right now the Xiantian secret realm hasn't even opened yet. Is the battle of supreme geniuses going to erupt early? While the crowd was discussing, Zhou Ke continued speaking. What a supreme genius of the dignified Imperial Ji family. Doesn't even have the courage to step out of the chariot to face us. But the instant his words fell, an indifferent voice transmitted from within the hornless dragon chariot. Where did these ants come from? So much nonsense. Immediately after the curtain of the chariot was slowly pulled open, a youth slowly stepped out from within. Who is this youth? Is he also a supreme genius monster of the G family? He looks way too young. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Wait, pay attention, and look at this youth's eyes. Someone in the crowd suddenly let out a low cry. They only saw one black and one white pupil circulating mutually within the youth's eyes. Faintly great Tao runes were evolving within them. As if a real universe was evolving there. These are the legendary Emperor Fallen double pupils. The crowd instantly exploded into an uproar. I think I know this youth's identity. Rumor has it that 10 years ago, the G family's white-clothed divine king birthed a heaven-defying qilin son. Right upon being born, he triggered a sky full of divine tier anomalies. He even nearly caused the G family, and a multitude of forbidden life zones to kick off an immortal war. As soon as these words came out, the crowd instantly became even more restless. With such an identity, even looking across the entire 3,000 Dao provinces, I'm afraid there aren't many people who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. At the same time, after hearing my true identity, a trace of astonishing killing intent was revealed in Zhou Kei's eyes. The Forbidden Life Zones and the G family are sworn enemies to begin with. Even before the taboo era, they were in a state of fighting until death. If I can chop off his head, the bounty reward alone is enough to let me rise rapidly. I might even possibly replace that young lord, to become the Forbidden Zone son of the Undying Tomb. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhou Kei took the lead to attack without warning, blasting a palm kill towards me. Ji Xuanyi, who had been standing behind me all along, gave a cold snort upon seeing this. The Ji family and the major Forbidden Life Zones have fought for many years. Both sides have always tacitly agreed on an unspoken rule. In clashes among the same generation, regardless of life or death. But upper echelon elders are absolutely not allowed to intervene. In the current situation, His Highness the Imperial son is only 10 years old. In contrast, Zhou Kei and the others are already in their early 20s. The two sides are completely not existences of the same age group. He has every reason to slay the other party. Thinking of this, Ji Xuanyi took a step forward. But before he could attack, I reached out my hand and stopped him. I will do it myself. Just right to serve as my whetstone. Seeing me take a step forward, dressed in black and gold, profound clothing fluttering wildly, like a young emperor. A bunch of Forbidden Zone ants. I will send you all to the afterlife. As the words fell, endless runes and surging blood qi flew out from between my flesh and blood, transforming into a blood-colored domain. Imperishable true domain. How is this possible? Zhou Kei and the others felt a burst of shock in their hearts. If the few of them attacked simultaneously, even a great cultivator of the divine storehouse realm could be instantly killed. Yet at this moment they were instantly suppressed by the other party. Again break his blood qi domain. Hiding the sky with one hand, obliterating supreme geniuses. Zhou Kei let out a low shout. Dense demonic qi blossomed from his eyes. This is his origin talent, the heavenly demon divine pupils. Interesting. Pity it's still not enough to impress me. My expression was indifferent. Like an elder commenting on a junior. Courting death. Zhou Kei felt a burst of anger. As a Forbidden Zone inheritor, ordinarily it had always been him striking up from below, fighting across realms. Yet right now he occupied an absolute realm advantage, but was being commented on like a junior by the other party. 100 Zhong heavenly demon phantom evolved behind him, pouncing towards me to kill. Facing the pouncing heavenly demon phantom, I casually threw out a punch, without the slightest hint of fiery temper. But the instant I struck, endless blood qi surged out. A golden sky-horned ant phantom even emerged behind my back. Sky-horned ant divine ability. Although Zhou Kei barely resisted the attack of the sky-horned ant, at this moment he was also extremely wretched. Blood tears even flowed out of the heavenly demon pupils he was so proud of. Too weak, it disappoints me, making me anticipate for nothing. I took a step and arrived in the airspace above Zhou Kei, casually suppressing down with a palm. The massive palm print blocked out the sky and sun, enveloping Zhou Kei's entire person inside. Zhou Kei let out a painful roar. His physical body covered in cracks began to collapse and shatter. At this moment the look in his eyes towards me was full of fear. His Highness the Imperial son is so handsome. A bold young girl smiled foolishly at me. I wonder if His Highness the Imperial son has a Dao companion. If he doesn't, I am willing to commit myself to him. Sister, His Highness the Imperial Son is only 10 years old. You are almost 30. Let go of him and let me do it. Regarding this, I directly chose to ignore it all. With no women in my heart. Drawing the sword naturally becomes divine. Shaking my head, I looked down with an indifferent expression. At the already dying Zhou D. Without the slightest nonsense. Directly dropping a palm. But right at this moment, an aged figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhou. Simply raising his hand to dissolve the palm print, I blasted over. Kid, be forgiving whenever possible. He is Zhou Dao protector. A bona fide saint. But the gaze he directed at me, right now, was full of apprehension. Being so young yet so vicious when striking. Do you really think you can be invincible in the world? And ignore the majesty of my forbidden zone? Today, I shall take the place of your elders to teach you a lesson. After speaking, he lightly pointed out a finger. Pointing straight at the space between my eyebrows. But just as he was about to succeed, a cold snort abruptly rang out. Playing treacherous tricks in front of me. Don't you know I am the ancestor in this field? Elder Xian's figure appeared out of thin air in front of me. And decisively blasted out a palm. Quasi-Emperor laws blossomed. Before that old man could even react. His physical body completely exploded into pieces. As for the ghost seed he condensed. It was grabbed in Elder Xian's hand. How is this possible? A half-step Quasi-Emperor. The old man's physical body condensed in the sky not far away. His face gloomy. In this current era where great emperors do not appear, and supremes lay dormant. A quasi-emperor is practically the strongest combat power on the surface. Flee without the slightest hesitation. The old man grabbed Zhou and turned around to retreat madly. Wanting to leave after failing to murder the Imperial Son. Can you leave? Get down here for me. Elder Xian sneered. And fiercely clenched his fist towards the void. The entire heaven and earth seemed as if they were imprisoned. A massive energy hand that blotted out the sky and sun appeared above the old man's head, and slapped straight down. The terrifying power. Directly and viciously slapped the old man along with Zhou down to the ground. Seeing this, Elder Xian took another step forward. Countless runes flew out from his fingertips. Your Highness the Imperial Son. That old geezer's cultivation base has been sealed by your subordinate. Please deal with him as you see fit. Well done. I nodded my head. And walked step by step towards the old man. As if knowing his own fate. The old man let out a vicious curse. Little brat, consider yourself lucky to have escaped this calamity. I only hate that I couldn't destroy you. However, in the future, you are destined to be beheaded by the supreme geniuses of my forbidden zone. Old geezer, death is imminent for you. Yet you're still barking here. I gave a cold laugh. And stepped heavily on the old man's face with one foot. The old man, as a saint, was so high and mighty. Yet at this moment he was being stepped on underfoot by a youth in broad daylight. But his cultivation was sealed at this moment. No matter how much he struggled, it was of no use. I didn't want to waste time. I still knew the logic that villains often die from talking too much. With the old man's death, the originally clear sky instantly turned gloomy and dark. A saint just died like this. Slaughtered on the spot by a youth. His primordial spirit completely extinguished. Everyone around couldn't help but stand frozen in place. In a certain courtyard within the Xiantian ancient city, Lu Qingyun was originally in the midst of cultivation. But as the phenomenon of a saint's fall erupted, he was very quickly jolted awake. The phenomenon of a saint's fall. A saint has fallen in the Xiantian ancient city. He quickly walked out of the room, opened his eyes of talent, and looked towards the source of the saint's fall phenomenon. The eyes of talent was one of the novice rewards, given to him by the system upon its initial binding. Not only could it see through illusions, it could also check the talent and potential of others. At this moment, as Lu Qingyun opened his pupils of talent, he saw that above the heads of everyone coming and going on the streets, flickered lights of different colors. Gray, white, green, blue, purple, red, orange, and gold. The higher the talent and potential, the more dazzling the light would be. As expected, with the Xiantian secret realm about to open, the Xiantian ancient city is filled with supreme genius monsters everywhere. Lu Qingyun sighed in admiration. If I could take all these supreme genius monsters into the sect, wouldn't I take off and soar? As Lu Qingyun was thinking, he looked towards the source of the saint's fall phenomenon. Very quickly, the figure of a youth dressed in profound black and gold clothing appeared in his field of vision. Then a dazzling golden light erupted before his eyes. He felt as if he saw a blazing golden sun. My eyes. Lu Qingyun let out a wail of agony. The golden light emitted by that golden sun pierced his eyes with an intense burst of pain. Faintly tears of blood flowed out from them. What level of talent is this? Lu Qingyun covered his eyes. Behind that dazzling golden light just now, he also saw countless terrifying anomalies evolving. All saints kowtowing, arrays of immortals paying homage, and myriad demons kneeling in submission. Lu Qingyun couldn't stop gulping down his saliva frantically. Suddenly, the cold prompt sound from the system rang out in his mind. Ding Dong detected an individual with heaven-defying talent. Please proceed to take him as a disciple as soon as possible. After successfully taking him as a disciple, you can obtain the rewards: Extreme Dao Emperor Weapon 9 Shattering Divine Sword, the complete version of the Dao Scripture, and the Innate Holy Body Dao Fetus. Lu Qingyun's expression froze slightly. But after seeing the mission rewards, his entire person was dumbfounded. This reward is way too generous. But the problem right now is, how am I supposed to recruit that person into the sect? With my mere cave heaven realm cultivation. Why would anyone take me as their master? Ding Dong, may I ask if the host guarantees to complete this disciple recruiting mission? If you guarantee completion and succeed, you can obtain an extra reward. Cultivation base elevated to the peak of the Saint Realm. If the mission fails, the host will be punished by having cultivation drop by 2 major realms, and lifespan reduced by 500 years. If I gamble a bit, a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. System, I guarantee to complete the mission. Lu Qingyun said through gritted teeth. Ding Dong, the host has guaranteed to complete the mission. The system temporarily rewards the host with a Great Emperor Coercion Experience card. After using the Great Emperor Coercion Experience card, you will obtain the coercion of a Great Emperor Powerhouse, no substantial damage. Duration, 3 minutes. If the host successfully takes the disciple, you will obtain permanent Emperor Coercion. The system is awesome. Lu Qingyun's eyes lit up. The Emperor Coercion provided by the Great Emperor Coercion Experience card, although lacking any substantial damage, is absolutely more than enough to bluff people. I believe there shouldn't be anyone who could refuse taking a Great Emperor as their master right. On the other side, after casually slaying Zhou Ke and killing his Dao protector, I also turned around and prepared to leave. But right at this moment, the cold prompt sound of the system suddenly rang in my mind. Ding Dong detected that a destiny protagonist is approaching. I was a bit dumbfounded. After reacting, a playful smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. Interesting, I didn't go looking for you. Yet you took the initiative to deliver yourself to my door. As the words fell, I only heard an indifferent voice transmitting from afar. Little friend, please wait a moment. I saw a youth carrying a long sword on his back, treading through the air as he approached. The youth naturally was exactly Lu Qingyun. As my gaze landed on him. Cultivation. Peak of the Cave Heaven Realm, 8 Cave Heavens. Talent. Supreme Divine Body. Are the strengths of all these destiny protagonists this poor? Even holding a system, he still ended up like this. I sighed in my heart. And right at this moment, Lu Qingyun arrived in front of me and smiled, saying, "This little friend. I see that your bone structure is extraordinary, and your destiny is astonishing. I wonder if you are willing to take me as your master and join the Azure Cloud sect. From now on, soaring into the Azure Clouds." Hearing this, everyone around was completely stunned. Did I hear that right? Who is this guy? He actually wants to take the Ji family's Imperial son as a disciple. Ha ha ha, I'm laughing my teeth off. Taking the Ji family's Imperial son as a disciple. Who gave him the courage to say those words? Everyone looked at Lu Qingyun as if looking at an idiot. Young man, listen to this old man's advice. Don't make a fool of yourself here anymore. Be careful not to anger His Highness the Imperial Son, or your little life won't be guaranteed. An old man stepped forward to kindly advise Lu Qingyun to leave. Hearing this, Lu Qingyun gave a cold sneer. Old geezer, what do you know? This emperor is the sect master of the Azure Cloud sect. My sect is an immortal orthodox lineage, inherited for endless ages. None but peerless supreme monsters may enter it. Is it something you bunch of ants can casually speak nonsense about? A dog biting Lu Dongbin. Not recognizing a good person's heart. You deserve to die. The old man was angered enough to choke. Immediately gave a cold snort and turned around to walk away. Senior, why bother paying attention to this kid? In a moment, when he angers His Highness the Imperial Son, he'll be in for it. Where did this random cat or dog come from, actually daring to call himself an emperor? Truly laughable. I think he's daydreaming. If he is a great emperor, Then wouldn't I be the heavenly emperor? Fake at a single glance. Just a clown. The crowd mocked without mercy. Noisy. Lu Qingyun suddenly gave a cold snort. And silently used the Great Emperor Coercion Experience card. An extremely terrifying extreme Dao coercion. Suddenly swept out from within his body. In an instant. The entire heaven and earth seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone was hit by this sudden coercion. And shocked into standing frozen in place. Extreme Dao coercion. How is this possible? The Golden Age has only just descended. The shattered Great Dao has not been completely repaired yet. It is fundamentally impossible for the world to allow a great emperor to appear. But what is the deal with this emperor coercion? Could this young Daoist truly be a great emperor? So what were we just doing? Mocking a supreme great emperor. It's over, the clown turned out to be me. Just now, it was us who had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We beg the great emperor to forgive our sins. Please forgive us. Great emperor, please just treat us like a fart and let us go. Someone present knelt down. Constantly kowtowing and begging Lu Qingyun for mercy. On the scene, only Elder Xian and I remained standing in place, motionless. Seeing this, Lu Qingyun still had an indifferent look on his face. But in his heart, he couldn't stop bursting with joy. Awesome, truly awesome. This feeling of showing off, acting tough, and slapping faces in front of others is simply too awesome. But he also knew that all of this right now was brought by the Great Emperor's pressure trial card. Once the trial card's time expires, he will be beaten back to his original form. He must hurry up and complete the system task. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze towards me. Pretending to be an otherworldly expert. Disciple, why haven't you knelt down to acknowledge your master? Follow me into the Qingyun sect. Hearing this, I only found it ridiculous. This destined protagonist is somewhat interesting. Offering himself up for death is one thing. But he's actually acting tough in front of me. You think you are worthy of being called an emperor? And you dare ask me to kneel? Just a mystifying ant, nothing more. Tricking others is one thing. But vainly attempting to fool this imperial son. You're courting death. As the words fell, I threw a punch. The surging vital blood made the surrounding void tremble faintly. Lu Qingyun was also stunned in place at this moment. Why is this plot development completely different from what he imagined? In his original expectations, as long as he displayed the great emperor's pressure, the other party would definitely kneel down immediately and beg to become his disciple. But what the hell is this now? Not becoming a disciple is one thing. He actually took the initiative to throw a punch and kill towards him. Ding dong, detected the existence of a great terror. Invincible and unstoppable. Host, please escape as soon as possible. The system's prompt suddenly popped up before his eyes. Lu Qingyun couldn't help but curse dog system in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't care about much else. He hurriedly erupted the origin of the supreme divine body within him. Endless divine light gathered before his eyes, finally transforming into a heavy divine armor. The supreme armor can withstand attacks one major realm higher than oneself. But as my fist seal fell, the supreme armor on the surface of Lu Qingyun's body instantly shattered. How is this possible? Before Lu Qingyun could react, he flew backwards as if struck by lightning. The great emperor was defeated. Sent flying backwards by a single punch from the Ji family's imperial son. Can someone come and pinch me? I feel like I'm dreaming. That's a great emperor. Defeated just like that. Damn it, are you guys stupid? How could a true great emperor be defeated? That kid just now was a fake. Who knows what means he used to simulate the pressure of a great emperor and trick us. Thanks to the Ji family's imperial son. Otherwise we would still be kept in the dark. The crowd became highly indignant after realizing this. And at this moment, Lu Qingyun lay on the ground, looking miserable. Like a stray dog. Looking at the angry crowd around him. He couldn't stop the fear in his heart. I, Lu Qingyun, will remember what happened today. In the future, I will definitely make you all pay the price. Lu Qingyun hurriedly took out a realm-breaking talisman from his body and crushed it. This was also one of the novice gift packs given by the system upon initial binding. A genuine ancient rune. After crushing it, it can instantly teleport one to 10,000 miles away. Want to run? No way. Stay right here. The void halberd appeared out of thin air in my hand. Just one strike severed the surrounding void. Lu Qingyun, who was halfway through his escape, fell from the void, crashing to the ground covered in blood. After saying that, I didn't give Lu Qingyun any chance to react, and directly stomped my foot down, crushing Lu Qingyun's head to pieces. Ding dong, you have successfully killed the destined protagonist Lu Qingyun. Beginning to devour the opponent's system. Devour failed. Detected that the opponent still has a portion of his primordial spirit's true soul remaining. Currently locating the opponent's position. Location complete. Host can proceed to kill him at any time. Ding dong, detected the host successfully killed 2/3 of the destined protagonist's primordial spirit's true soul. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward. Taichu Divine Armor. Qilin technique, incomplete, Sanfanjar. 80,000 top-grade divine sources. I couldn't help but frown slightly. He actually didn't die. There is still a portion of his primordial spirit's true soul remaining. Truly worthy of being a destined protagonist. His vitality is as exuberant as a cockroach. Although I failed to kill Lu Qingyun directly, I didn't care too much. After all, the system has already locked onto his position just now. As long as I am willing, I can go and kill him at any time. I'll let you live a few more days. Wait until the Xiantian secret realm is over. I'll take your life after I obtain the Heaven's Mandate technique. The hornless dragon chariot soared into the sky, flying towards the Xiantian ancient city, amidst the awe-filled gazes of the crowd. Inside the chariot, I opened the system to claim the rewards. Immediately, an archaic and weather-beaten armor appeared out of thin air in his hands. Taichu Divine Armor. The divine armor worn by Great Emperor Taichu in his youth. Supreme-grade Dao weapon. Containing a faint trace of Imperial might. Wearing this divine armor, those below the Supreme Realm can temporarily elevate their cultivation by one major realm. My eyes lit up. Decisively putting it on. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. His cultivation was instantly forcefully elevated to the 7th heaven of the Dragon Transformation Realm. Not bad, not bad. I nodded in satisfaction. Now I am more confident in competing for the Heaven's Mandate technique. My gaze immediately turned to the next reward. Incomplete Qilin technique. The origin innate divine ability of the 10 perils Qilin. The extreme realm of speed. Cultivated to the pinnacle, it can transcend space and time. Galloping freely over the long river of time. I saw countless runes condensing in my mind. Transforming into a palm-sized Qilin. What a pity it's only incomplete. Missing the most core runes. I hope that after completely killing Lu Qingyun, the system can complete this divine ability. At the same time, deep within the Qingyun sect of the Deke province, the tree of life, which originally exuded rich vitality, suddenly shook violently. The next moment, Lu Qingyun's incomplete primordial spirit slowly flew out from it. Damn G family's Imperial son. This sect master will remember you. If I rise to power one day, I will definitely slice you into 1,000 pieces. Ding dong, detected that the host's disciple accepting task has failed. Punishment, cultivation level drops by 2 major realms. Lifespan reduced by 500 years. The moment the prompt sounded, the power in Lu Qingyun's body drained madly. His cultivation realm dropped again to the Sea of Bitterness realm before slowly stopping. Not only that, his originally fair skin became covered in wrinkles at a visible speed. His crystal-clear hair gradually became dry and frizzy. And age spots grew on his face. Right now, he didn't look like a young man in his early 20s at all. Instead, he looked like a senile old man in his twilight years. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The Xiantian secret realm, which had been silent for endless years, was about to open. Through this spatial door, one could vaguely see the hidden Xiantian secret realm behind it. Wait, look, what is that? Suddenly, someone pointed at the scene inside the spatial door, and let out an exclamation. Only to see an old turtle, emitting rich life essence all over its body, carrying a heavenly steel on its back, slowly floating past the spatial door. This is the legendary black turtle carrying a steel. It is a genuine elixir of immortality. The rumors circulating before are actually true. The Xiantian secret realm not only has the Great Emperor's inheritance, the Heaven's Mandate technique, but also the extreme Dao Imperial weapon left behind by the Xiantian Empress, and the elixir of immortality. At this moment, everyone went crazy, wishing they could rush into the Xiantian secret realm immediately. Even many immemorial living beings appeared at this moment, flying towards the end of the earth. Yun Hunzi, Ouyang Dai, Sun Holy Vine, Huoyenzi. These highly renowned prodigies and first-generation monstrous geniuses also appeared at this moment. The land was filled with all kinds of creatures. And I simultaneously took a step forward. The next moment, a terrifying extreme Dao power permeated out from heaven and earth. The spatial door was completely stabilized. The Xiantian secret realm is officially opened. We can enter it now. At this moment, everyone frantically executed their divine abilities. Or rode their Dao weapons and magical treasures to rush towards the spatial door. However, the spatial door is only so big. It's simply impossible to accommodate everyone entering at the same time. In an instant, the crowd began to fight. Runes accompanied by astonishing killing intent permeated the void. Blood began to splatter in the void. All of you scram. After a furious roar from Xue Hunzi, densely packed vengeful souls emerged. He held a bronze spear and swept it in all directions. All surrounding creatures were instantly cut in half. The crowd gasped in amazement and hurriedly retreated to avoid him, not daring to compete with him. Amitbao. Benefactors, lay down your butcher's knife and become a demon on the spot. A bizarre Buddhist chant sounded. A young purple-robed monk fought his way to the front. Behind his head, a Buddhist halo hovered, holding a monk's knife, smiling while holding a flower, looking kind and benevolent. But when he made a move, his hostility surged to the heavens. A phantom of a Buddhist demonic Vajra emerged behind him. Demonic energy soared into the sky. Wherever he passed, a monstrous sea of blood followed. It's him. The Buddhist son of the Yaoma Temple, Mo Luin. This Mo Luin is the contemporary Buddhist son of the Yaoma Temple. Born with a demonic heart and Buddha bones. At the time of his birth, both Buddha and demon appeared to bestow inheritances upon him. His strength is so profound that he can compete with the Buddhist son of the Lanrua Temple, the #1 holy sect of the Western Lingshan. Meanwhile, I, dressed in profound black gold robes, with the power of the Kuanping flowing around my body, quickly charged towards the spatial door. In almost just an instant, I crossed the crowd and arrived in front of the spatial door. Stop him. Don't let him be the first to enter. Someone let out a low roar and quickly made a move to kill me. Courting death. I turned around and threw a punch, instantly shattering the incoming divine sword into pieces, along with its owner, who was blasted into pieces from across the void. Everyone says double pupils are invincible, having no record of defeat in the mortal realm. Today, I'd like to weigh if they are truly invincible. A wild golden rock suddenly flew out. Its sharp claws grabbed through the air towards the top of my head. This person is the little rock king of the Golden Rock clan. Rumor has it that a trace of Kuanping bloodline flows within his body. He is hailed as the strongest of the young generation in the Golden Rock clan. I gave a cold snort. Where did this wild sparrow come from? Die for me. Subsequently, I directly threw a punch and blew him up. Golden rock blood mixed with broken feathers fell from the sky. Everyone marveled at this. No one expected that a powerful prodigy and monstrous genius like the Little Rock King couldn't even withstand a single exchange with the Ji family's double pupil wielder. I looked at the crowd below, like an immemorial demon god. If anyone else wants to weigh my strength, feel free to come and try. Just as everyone subconsciously took a step back, a white-robed youth stepped out from the crowd. Hee, I would actually like to try the power of the double pupils, to see if it is truly as astonishing as the legends say. This person was precisely the inheritor of the heaven-swallowing demonic art lineage, rumored to be the inheritance of a peerless empress from before the taboo era. I proactively threw a punch. Want to weigh me? Then come on. So what if you are the inheritor of the heaven-swallowing demonic art, daring to provoke your daddy? Then I'll kill you all with a single punch. The imperishable true domain instantly expanded, enveloping the surrounding space. Kill! The white-robed youth gave a low shout, and proactively met Ji Xiaoyao's incoming fist seal, clashing together. At the same time, a great Dao demonic bottle condensed above his head. Endless demonic energy surged out from it, as if it could corrode all things in the world. This is the origin of the innate myriad demon body. If I remember correctly, a certain inheritor of the Sea of Space-Time Forbidden Zone has this physique. But that person mysteriously disappeared a month ago. He must have been devoured by the person in front of us. Someone suddenly whispered, revealing such a secret piece of information. As soon as these words came out, it immediately set off a wave of commotion in the crowd. Myriad demon body. A terrifying physique that ranks in the top 300 among the 3,000 great Dao physiques, coupled with his identity as an inheritor of a forbidden zone. Needless to say, that person must be extremely powerful. To think he died just like that, devoured by the inheritor of the heaven-swallowing demonic art lineage. The double pupil wielder has met his match. Someone murmured like this. And right at this moment, boom! A violent explosion suddenly sounded. only to see Ji Xiaoyao swinging his emperor fist like an invincible heavenly emperor, taking head on the heaven-swallowing demonic art inheritor, and the endless demonic energy spewing from the great Tao demonic bottle above his head. His whole body's vital blood surged like an ocean. In the imperishable true domain, endless runes evolved, obliterating all the surrounding demonic energy in just an instant. If this is all the strength you have, then what awaits you next will be a suspense-free crushing defeat. Ji Xiaoyao spoke domineeringly, walking with the steps of a dragon and the stride of a tiger, charging towards the heaven-swallowing demonic art inheritor like a heavenly emperor. Since I came to weigh you, I naturally have the confidence to kill you. Remember my name. The one who kills you today. Lin Xie. Lin Xie gave a light chuckle, his white clothes fluttering, radiant as a deity walking out of a myth. Every movement carried a soaring aura. Great Tao demonic bottle, devour for me. He gave a low roar, and the great Tao bottle above his head instantly flew out, expanding against the wind to become 100 feet large. A dense devouring power emanated from the mouth of the bottle. Black divine chains of order cascaded down. Every chain represented a peerless divine ability, shooting out simultaneously at this moment with boundless might. The surrounding mountain peaks instantly burst apart, unable to withstand this terrifying pressure. With me, there is invincibility. Regardless of your myriad divine abilities and secret techniques, I will suppress them all with pure strength. Ji Xiaoyao gave a low roar. The battle blood within his body boiled. Terrifying vital blood soared into the sky. At this very moment he truly resembled a taboo heavenly emperor. Vital blood soaring all around his body, freely swinging invincible fist seals and executing the heavenly horned ant divine ability. Every punch carried unmatched power. Crack! All the divine chains of order cascading from the great Tao demonic bottle were shattered. Ji Xiaoyao stepped forward and sent the great Tao demonic bottle flying away. Then he charged towards Lin Xie. Lin Xie was slightly shocked in his heart. The great Tao demonic bottle was a supreme divine ability within the heaven-swallowing demonic art, capable of devouring all things in the world. In the past, whenever it was used, it was almost always invincible. No matter what kind of physique or talent you had, under the devouring power of the great Tao demonic bottle, there was only the fate of being strangled by the divine chains of order. But at this moment, the enemy in front of him was truly too extraordinary. Although young, his terrifying power actually shook the great Tao demonic bottle to tremble, faintly showing cracks, ready to shatter at any moment. The most astonishing thing was, up to this point in the battle, the opponent hadn't even used the origin divine ability of the double pupils. Is he underestimating me? A trace of anger flickered in Lin Xie's heart. He proactively met Ji Xiaoyao. 10,000-foot demon phantoms emanated around him. Myriad demons swallowing heaven. These demon phantoms were one of the abilities of the innate myriad demon body, although he didn't possess this special physique. But after devouring that forbidden zone inheritor, he could indeed use the abilities of this physique. The sinister demon phantoms roared at the sky, bursting forth with terrifying demonic might, as if trying to roar down the stars in the heavens. The surrounding crowd couldn't bear the pressure, and hurriedly retreated in horror, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Stealing other people's power is ultimately just a minor trick. Ji Xiaoyao sneered upon seeing this. While swinging his fist seals, he executed the heavenly horned ant divine ability. A massive phantom of a heavenly horned ant evolved behind his back, pouncing towards the terrifying demon phantoms to kill. The two clashed head-on, but in less than 3 exchanges, that terrifying demon phantom was torn to pieces on the spot by the heavenly horned ant phantom, along with Lin Xie's divine body undergoing a tremendous shock. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a blurg sound. Die for me. Adhering to the principle of mercilessly beating a drowning dog, Ji Xiaoyao executed the incomplete qilin technique, transforming into a streak of flowing light. He instantly charged in front of Lin Xie with the speed of a sudden thunderbolt. Boom! The invincible fist seal smashed straight towards Lin Xie's head. Lin Xie was frightened out of his wits. He hurriedly took out an archaic shield from his body. This archaic shield was an ancient Tao weapon, capable of blocking a full-force strike from a divine treasure realm cultivator. But right now, it was instantly pierced through by Ji Xiaoyao's punch. Seeing this, huge waves surged in Lin Xie's heart. He could clearly perceive that Ji Xiaoyao's cultivation was only at the peak of the dragon-nurturing realm. A dragon-nurturing realm punch directly piercing through a divine treasure realm shield. What kind of ridiculous attack power is this? And this wasn't the end of it. After effortlessly piercing through the archaic shield, Ji Xiaoyao's fist seal burst forth with terrifying power, actually directly shocking Lin Xie into flying backwards. Too weak. It seems you are going to die by my hands today. Ji Xiaoyao looked down upon Lin Xie from high above, his eyes full of indifference. Blurg. Lin Xie once again opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. That punch just now, although most of its power was blocked by the divine treasure realm shield, the remaining residual force still shook his internal organs. At this moment, he no longer had the flying white-clothed spirit he had at the beginning. He looked extremely sluggish. The inheritor of the heaven-swallowing demonic art lineage is about to lose. He is not a match for the Ji family's double pupil wielder. Too strong. He is only 10 years old. And his cultivation is only at the dragon-nurturing realm. In contrast, Lin Xie had long since reached the 7th heaven of the dragon transformation realm. In the immemorial era, the inheritors of the heaven-swallowing demonic art were known as the nightmare of all prodigies and monstrous geniuses. Once the great Tao demonic bottle appeared, no matter how heaven-defying your physique was, it could only be devoured. Who would have thought that today he would be defeated by someone of a lower realm? Crushed forcefully. I take back what I said just now. The Ji family's double pupil wielder is still invincible. Is it that Lin Xie is too weak? No. It's the Ji family's Imperial son who is too strong. The battle has lasted until now, and he hasn't even used his double pupils. The crowd revealed horrified expressions, once again having their worldview refreshed by Ji Xiaoyao's terrifying combat power. Damn it. Listening to the discussions of the crowd around him, Lin Xie's eyes were full of anger. He came full of confidence and high spirits. He didn't expect the final result to be so unbearable, becoming a background board to set off others. However, anger aside, he also knew that he could never be Ji Xiaoyao's opponent. One day in the future, I will devour the origin of your double pupils. Lin Xie threw out harsh words and turned to leave. Want to leave after showing off? Stay right here. Ji Xiaoyao gave a cold sneer. The power of the Kunping flowed around his body. And in the blink of an eye, he caught up to Lin Xie. Do you really think I'm a paper tiger? Lin Xie gave a low roar. The great Tao demonic bottle appeared above his head once again. Endless black divine chains of order spewed out from it, strangling towards Ji Xiaoyao. At the end of your rope? This move is useless against me. Ji Xiaoyao sneered. Densely packed runes flew out from his flesh and blood, merging with the vital blood around his body, transforming into the imperishable true domain, sealing away Lin Xie's great Tao demonic bottle, along with all the divine chains of order. Lin Xie only felt his body jolt, and instantly lost control of the great Tao demonic bottle. Not only that, the magical power and runes within his body, even his vital blood were forcefully sealed by a mysterious power. At this very moment, he was no different from a mortal. Seeing this, Ji Xiaoyao directly grabbed him by the neck and lifted him into the air. Everyone says the heaven-swallowing demonic art is the #1 wondrous technique of ancient and modern times. I want to see if it's truly that extraordinary. As he spoke, Ji Xiaoyao sent out a strand of divine sense, prying into Lin Xie's mind, attempting to obtain the heaven-swallowing demonic art through this method. Damn it, you are prying into my inheritance. I won't let you succeed. Lin Xie was shocked and angry, struggling violently to break free of his restraints. But the large hand of Ji Xiaoyao gripping his neck was like iron pincers. No matter how much he struggled, it was of no use. However, the moment Ji Xiaoyao's divine sense invaded Lin Xie's mind, a strange power suddenly erupted from Lin Xie's mind. Not good. Ji Xiaoyao's expression changed, and he decisively threw Lin Xie away. Ha ha ha, I originally wanted to use this to pit and kill you. I didn't expect you to dodge it. The anger on Lin Xie's face from a moment ago was gone, replaced by maniacal laughter. But the next moment, his mind suddenly exploded to pieces, along with his primordial spirit's true soul, which was instantly extinguished. His mind had been planted with a restriction by someone. Once someone touched it, the primordial spirit would self-destruct. Ji Xiaoyao's eyes were icy. In the 3,000 Dao provinces, almost all forces, in order to prevent their inheritances from being spied upon by others, would plant various restrictions in the minds of their inheritors. Looking at it this way, in this life, the heaven-swallowing demonic art lineage should have more than just this one inheritor. While muttering in a low voice, a hint of a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Ji Xiaoyao's mouth. He bore the double pupils, the primordial supreme bone, the Chaos Body, the Great Tao Bodhi Heart, Emperor's Blood, and many other top-tier talents. Exposing any one of them would be something the inheritors of the heaven-swallowing demonic art could not refuse. There's no need for me to actively search. They will automatically come looking for me, coveting my origin. And why shouldn't I pry into their inheritance as well? Towards this invincible heavenly art, the heaven-swallowing demonic art, Ji Xiaoyao was still very eager. Moreover, there are rumors that the heaven-swallowing demonic art lineage, aside from the heaven-swallowing demonic art, also masters a technique called the imperishable heavenly art. It is an invincible heavenly art created by that peerless empress in her final life, transcending above the heaven-swallowing demonic art. The inheritor of the grave-digging lineage was actually defeated just like that. He is completely not a match for the Ji family's double pupil wielder. The double pupils are invincible. This saying is indeed true. Everyone only noticed the double pupils. Don't forget that he also bears Emperor's blood, integrating two top-tier talents into one body, creating a top-tier invincible monster. Everyone was shocked beyond measure by this scene. Even a group of old antiques in the distance couldn't help but reveal looks of astonishment. He is so strong it's a little scary. Even a great emperor at the same age would be nothing more than this. The Ji family has produced an incredible monstrous genius. His talent is frighteningly strong. Perhaps he can emerge victorious in the future struggle for the emperor's path, forcefully becoming an emperor. Hee. Those people in the life-forbidden zones might not be able to sit still anymore. First there was the white-robed god king Ji Wushuang, and now another monstrous genius with double pupils has appeared. If just one of these two becomes an emperor in the future, they might really be able to sweep through all the forbidden zones. An old antique sneered repeatedly, anticipating the arrival of this day. Not necessarily. Several people in the young generation of the life-forbidden zones in this life are also very extraordinary. They might not be weaker than the Ji family's double pupil wielder. Dezhou of the Sea of Spacetime not only broke through to the divine treasure realm at a young age, but also mastered a portion of the spacetime laws. Wang Xian of the Imperishable Grave, rumored to have been nurtured and born from that female immortal corpse. An old antique side. This golden great era is too special. Various prodigies and monstrous geniuses emerge one after another endlessly. In the past, every one of them would be in existence capable of suppressing an entire era. Just as several old antiques were discussing, the battle between prodigies in the void was still continuing. Corpses accompanied by blood fell like dumplings, continuously falling from the void. Divine abilities bloomed. Magical treasures flew about. The scene was in total chaos. But what was bizarre was, around Ji Xiaoyao, a bizarre vacuum zone had formed. Not only him, Shuehunzi, Ouyang Dai, Yao Luan, and other top-tier prodigies also fought their way out of the crowd. No one dared to test their sharpness. Ji Xiaoyao mastered the Kunping technique. He arrived at the spatial door first. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly took a step in. Interesting. Bearing both the double pupils and Emperor's blood talents at the same time. He's not inferior to his clan sister. I'd like to weigh him up if I get the chance. Ouyang Dai, in a light green gauze dress, with an exquisite face and lively eyes, like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, stared at Ji Xiaoyao's back and murmured aloud. It's a pity I didn't have a chance to fight you just now. Otherwise, I would have definitely slain you. Yun Hunzi's eyes were gloomy. He similarly rushed into the spatial door quickly. Bao. Double pupils and Emperor's blood. I see that this Ji family's imperial son has a destiny with me. It just so happens that I am missing a Dharma protector under my seat. Yao Luan, bathed in blood and holding a monk's knife. His eyes, however, showed a look of compassionate sorrow for mankind. Buddhist light illuminating universally behind his back. Took a step and entered the spatial door. This lifetime has indeed produced several incredible true dragons. I just don't know how many of them will be able to survive after the golden age draws to a close. In the struggle of emperors falling, it will be full of dry bones. Qilin Zi appeared silently and let out a faint sigh. His background is astonishingly huge. Born before the taboo era, having witnessed the start of golden great eras too many times, and the final endings of these golden great eras were nothing more than prodigies burying their bones in foreign lands, and monstrous geniuses scattering their souls on the emperor's path. Taking a step into the spatial door, Qilin Zi's figure also slowly dissipated with it. Next, as the most top-tier group of prodigies and monstrous geniuses entered the spatial door, The great battle in the void also gradually came to an end. Countless figures of prodigies dissipated within the spatial door, leaving only a ground full of prodigies' corpses at the scene. But for the entire Golden Great Era, this bit of blood was merely a drop in the ocean. The power of space permeated. Just as Ji Xiaoyao stepped into the spatial door, he only felt the void twisting. The surrounding environment gradually became blurred. When everything became clear again, he had already arrived atop a mountain peak. The spiritual energy all around was dense. It could liquefy at any moment. Various spiritual herbs grew all over the mountain peak. Ji Xiaoyao even saw the figures of 2 medicine kings among them, truly worthy of being the secret realm created by the Xiantian Empress. The density of the spiritual energy is somewhat frightening. Cultivating here for a day can rival 10 days of effort in the outside world. Ji Xiaoyao sighed in admiration, and then took the Xiantian token out of his robes, only to see a faint glimmer blooming from within it, as if to guide Ji Xiaoyao to a certain place. After the Xiantian Empress created the Xiantian secret realm, she left behind 100 Xiantian tokens. Each token represents a kind of fortuitous encounter. One only needs to follow the token's guidance to obtain it. While speaking, Ji Xiaoyao immediately followed the token's guidance and sped swiftly towards the depths of the secret realm. But right at this moment, swish! A dazzling streak of light suddenly flashed across the top of his head. A rich, refreshing fragrance instantly permeated the air. At this time, Ji Xiaoyao abruptly stopped his steps, opened his double pupils, and looked up at that streak of flowing light, only to see that within it was astonishingly a millstone-sized black turtle, carrying a heavenly steel on its back, engraved with densely packed runes. Black Turtle Elixir of Immortality. Ji Xiaoyao's heart thumped non-stop. The Elixir of Immortality is an exclusive item of a great emperor. It can extend a great emperor's peak imperial life for one lifetime. Since the end of the Dharma ending age, the 3,000 Dao provinces have not seen a great emperor powerhouse appear for 100,000 years. Naturally, elixirs of immortality are almost extinct. Aside from those extremely ancient life-forbidden zones, and certain imperial clan holy lands, almost no traces of elixirs of immortality can be seen in the entire 3,000 Dao provinces. Thinking of this, Ji Xiaoyao didn't have the slightest hesitation, operating the Kunping technique to the extreme, chasing after the Black Turtle Elixir of Immortality. At the same time, the Black Turtle Elixir of Immortality was slowly dangling in the void. Ha ha ha. Imprisoned by that bitch for endless years. Now that the Golden Great Era has opened, I can finally get out. The Black Turtle Elixir of Immortality was excited in its heart. Unlike other elixirs of immortality, endless years ago, he had followed a certain supreme heavenly emperor, later accidentally enlightened by the heavenly emperor, thus acquiring sentience. Although unable to cultivate like other living beings, he possessed a nearly eternal and immortal lifespan. The heavenly emperor fell, but he did not. Since then, he roamed freely throughout the 3,000 Dao provinces, until the immemorial era, when he was obtained by the Xiantian Empress. Stinky bitch, wasn't it just peeking at you taking a bath? It's bad enough that Grandpa Turtle didn't see anything, but to be caught by you to undergo all kinds of inhumane experiments. Not only did you take away the essence I accumulated over endless years, you also imprisoned me in this secret realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Fortunately, the Golden Great Era has descended. This time, I, Grandpa Turtle, will definitely escape. When the time comes, I'll personally go dig up your grave. Thinking of this, the Black Turtle was in a great mood. But right at this moment, a violent sound of piercing the air came from behind him. The Black Turtle turned his head to look, only to see a youth wearing black gold profound clothes speeding towards him, at a frighteningly fast speed. Where did this greenhorn kid come from? A mere dragon-nurturing realm also vainly attempts to chase your Grandpa Turtle? A trace of disdain flashed in the Black Turtle's eyes. Although he couldn't cultivate, but as an elixir of immortality, he was innately endowed with extreme speed of the world. Even if as strong as a supreme being, they couldn't catch up to his footsteps. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to stop his footsteps, turned his head to look at Ji Xiaoyao. A hint of wicked amusement revealed in his eyes. Ha 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 kid, stop chasing. With your turtle-like speed, you don't even deserve to eat Grandpa Turtle's exhaust. The Black Turtle let out bursts of weird cries. When Ji Xiaoyao got close, he would suddenly dash forward to widen the distance. In this way, he repeatedly and indirectly teased Ji Xiaoyao. An elixir of immortality with sentience. Ji Xiaoyao stopped his footsteps, looking at the black turtle elixir of immortality in front of him. A hint of astonishment revealed in his eyes. As everyone knows, it is almost impossible for elixirs of immortality to develop self-awareness, simply because they are truly too extraordinary. Possessing immortal lives, and birth, aging, sickness and death are the laws of heaven and earth. Even someone as powerful as a heavenly emperor cannot transcend them. But elixirs of immortality can ignore this rule. If they were allowed to gain sentience on top of that, it would be too heaven-defying. Kid, keep coming and chase Grandpa Turtle. Catch me and I'll let you hee. The black turtle teased with a weird smile. Not looking like an old monster, who has lived through endless years, but rather like an old urchin, who still retained his childlike innocence. An elixir of immortality that has unlocked sentience. Interesting. Facing the teasing, Ji Xiaoyao showed not the slightest anger. Instead, a burst of golden light erupted from his eyes. This is more than just interesting. It's simply heaven-defying. Once word gets out, the entire starry sky will be shaken. Those old monsters and taboo living beings will go to any lengths to capture it. Because if they can successfully get their hands on it, they might be able to unravel the secrets of immortality from its body. Thinking of this, Ji Xiaoyao unhesitatingly pushed the Kunping technique to the extreme, rushing rapidly towards the black turtle elixir of immortality. At the same time, he abruptly swung a palm, condensing a huge energy hand, a full 100 zhang in size in the void, grabbing towards the black turtle elixir of immortality. Quack 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 kid. This little trick can't catch me, Grandpa Turtle. The black turtle mocked with a weird laugh. Densely packed formation runes emerged around his body, interweaving into a great teleportation formation, teleporting him to 100 miles away. During his long years, although he couldn't cultivate, he had delved into methods like array formations, pill refining, and artifact forging to the extreme, far surpassing those so-called grandmasters in the world. Quack 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 kid. I, Grandpa Turtle, have had enough fun. Not playing with you anymore. I'm leaving. The black turtle said with a weird laugh. His body once again permeated with densely packed formation runes, wrapping around him, and rushing towards the depths of the secret realm. But in the next moment, you've had enough fun. But I haven't had enough fun yet. A faint chuckle came from Ji Xiaoyao's mouth. Immediately following, countless chaotic laws exuding extreme Dao might surged out from within his body, shaking the black turtle so hard he fell out from the void. The formation runes around his body were also instantly obliterated. Quack! This is the chaos great Dao. The black turtle's expression froze. This is impossible. You kid are merely at the dragon-nurturing realm cultivation. How could you possibly master this supreme great Dao? The black turtle felt his worldview collapse. The chaos great Dao is one of the highest great Daos in the world, comparable to the great Dao of heaven and earth. Even someone as strong as a great emperor couldn't possibly master it entirely. But right now, the aura blooming from the body of this youth in front of him was clearly the supreme chaos great Dao. Impossible, impossible. It must be an illusion. I, Grandpa Turtle, must not be fully awake. Suddenly, a melodious bell toll resounded. A Dao bell wrapped in chaos, exuding terrifying extreme Dao power, slowly emerged from within Ji Xiaoyao's body. This is that bell naturally nurtured within chaos. Chaos world-destroying bell. The black turtle was so scared he jumped up on the spot, his face full of disbelief, recognizing the origin of this Dao bell. Back when he was enlightened by the Heavenly Emperor and gained sentience, he had followed the Heavenly Emperor's footsteps deep into the chaos to search for this Dao bell. But in the end, they found nothing. The Heavenly Emperor once said that the Dao bell has a spirit, if not a fated person. Even someone as strong as a Heavenly Emperor could not master that Dao bell. To think it would unexpectedly appear in this kid's hands at this moment. Chaos great Dao. Lock down the void. Ji Xiaoyao gave a low shout, urging the chaos world-destroying bell to completely lock down all the surrounding void. Damn it, you kid don't play by martial ethics. The black turtle, having reacted, had his expression changed drastically on the spot. Mother of God, people nowadays are too heaven-defying. A greenhorn kid actually casually brings out an Imperial weapon that a heavenly emperor pursued his entire life but couldn't obtain. And looking at the other party's appearance, being able to urge an Imperial weapon at the dragon-nurturing realm, it must be that the Dao bell automatically acknowledged him as its master. Otherwise, let alone the dragon-nurturing realm, even a saint would be instantly sucked into a dried corpse. Let's see where you'll go this time. Ji Xiaoyao quickly reached out to grab the black turtle. An elixir of immortality that has developed sentience. And suspected of having lived through long years. Setting aside its own astonishing medicinal properties. Just the endless years of memories in its mind alone are an enormous treasure. Seeing Ji Xiaoyao coming at him, the black turtle no longer had the calmness from the beginning. His eyes were full of panic. Kid, I warn you. Don't try anything funny. A cornered dog will jump over a wall. A cornered turtle will directly bite people. The black turtle opened his mouth to threaten. But his tone seemed to lack confidence. Ji Xiaoyao didn't speak, but instead quickened the speed of his hand. Meanwhile, as the chaos world-destroying bell bobbed above his head, it inhaled and exhaled terrifying chaotic laws, continuously compressing the surrounding space. You forced Grandpa Turtle to do this. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Only to see that at the exact moment Ji Xiaoyao closed in, the black turtle's face turned ruthless, suddenly spitting out a palm-sized formation flag from his mouth. This formation flag was highly extraordinary, exuding a terrifying aura that transcended above the extreme Tao, engraved with endless formation runes upon it. Heavenly Emperor Formation Flag. Kid, I, Grandpa Turtle, will remember you. Sooner or later, I'll make you pay back today's debt. The black turtle's eyes looked extremely heartbroken. The Heavenly Emperor Formation Flag was a supreme secret treasure bestowed upon him by that Heavenly Emperor back then, allowing him to instantly traverse endless space. It was just that this thing belonged to the category of consumables. Every time it was used, the formation runes within it would dissipate a bit. At this moment, as the black turtle urged the Heavenly Emperor Formation Flag, a terrifying power surged out, directly wrapping around him to tear through endless chaos, flying away towards the depths of the secret realm. Where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Ji Xiaoyao decisively urged the chaos world-destroying bell, cascading down endless chaotic laws and shooting towards the black turtle, attempting to intercept him. However, that Heavenly Emperor Formation Flag was truly somewhat extraordinary. It actually forcefully blocked the vast majority of the chaotic laws. Only faint chaotic laws brushed against the black turtle's body. Damn it, that hurts me, Grandpa Turtle, to death. The black turtle let out a miserable wail of pain, and was ultimately wrapped by the Heavenly Emperor Formation Flag, disappearing into the void. A pity that he still let him get away. Ji Xiaoyao let out a sigh. But there wasn't too much disappointment. After all, he didn't come away entirely empty-handed this time. Ji Xiaoyao looked up, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Reaching out to beckon, he collected a turtle leg and an archaic jade slip. How terrifying are chaotic laws! Even though only a slight trace hit the black turtle, it directly severed one of his turtle legs. As for this archaic jade slip, it was what fell down when the chaotic laws swept across the heavenly steel stone on the black turtle's back. The turtle leg is equivalent to a portion of the elixir of immortality. As for this jade slip, Ji Xiaoyao sank his mind into the jade slip to examine it. A moment later, he opened his eyes. Found a treasure. Not only did this jade slip record some of the Xiantian Empress's insights on the dragon-nurturing realm, but it also marked the existence of some special fortuitous encounters regarding the Xiantian secret realm. According to the Xiantian Empress's records in the jade slip, the dragon-nurturing realm is on the path of cultivation, the most crucial and special realm. The so-called nurturing a true dragon. If one accumulates and precipitates enough in this realm, once breaking through to dragon transformation, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, obtaining a qualitative elevation. And this jade slip coincidentally records a special secret technique created by the Xiantian Empress. Karmic fire refining the golden body. It can help one cultivate the dragon-nurturing realm to the absolute extreme, and shatter the extreme limit. While muttering in a low voice, Ji Xiaoyao immediately flew towards the depths of the secret realm, quickly arriving at a mountain range rich with spiritual energy. After excavating a cave dwelling with great magical power, he laid down an array formation and began secluded cultivation. The opening time of the Xiantian secret realm will last for 1 month, and the inheritance of the Xiantian Empress will open during the final time period. Before then, he wants to bring himself to his peak state. Inside the cave dwelling, Ji Xiaoyao held the jade slip in his hand, covered in densely packed runes all over his body. Faint flames were dancing within the cave. Using heaven and earth essence as a guide, ignite the karmic fire. Then use the karmic fire to burn the Tao fruit, nurtured by the dragon-nurturing realm, thereby making it flawless and pristine. The Xiantian Empress is truly worthy of being called one of the most talented empresses of ancient and modern times. Her deduction regarding the dragon-nurturing realm reached an unprecedented height. Deep within the Xiantian secret realm, in a certain unpopulated valley, Buzz, the space shook. The black turtle's figure fell out from within. You godforsaken kid. My leg ah. It hurts Grandpa Turtle to death. A painful howl of agony came from the black turtle's mouth. This time it was truly a huge loss. Not only losing a turtle leg, it also consumed the formation runes of the Heavenly Emperor formation flag. The black turtle's heart was bleeding at this moment. That turtle leg was equivalent to 1/10 of the essence of his entire body. And the Heavenly Emperor formation flag is something that depletes with each use. Kid, I, Grandpa Turtle, have remembered your aura. After you perish in the future, Grandpa Turtle will definitely go and disco on your grave. The black turtle cursed in his heart. It won't even take 10,000 years. If you dare to cultivate the secret technique recorded in the Jade Slip, in a period of time, Grandpa Turtle will be able to go dig up your grave. Speaking of this, a touch of smugness revealed itself on the previously angry black turtle's face. It turns out the Jade Slip Ji Xiaoyao just obtained was deliberately dropped out from the heavenly steel by him, purposefully to secretly screw Xiaoyao over. Shattering the limit of the dragon-nurturing realm. The secret technique created by that stinky bitch Xiantian Empress. How could it be that easy to cultivate? In the immemorial era, the karmic fire refining the golden body secret technique, created by the Xiantian Empress, could be said to be incredibly renowned. After all, as long as one is a prodigy or monstrous genius, who wouldn't want to break the extreme limit? But the problem is that cultivating the karmic fire refining the golden body is truly too difficult. Burning the Tao fruit with karmic fire. Sounds simple. But what kind of thing is karmic fire? A terrifying flame condensed from the power of heaven and earth's karmic hindrances, capable of burning all things in the heavens. A terrifying existence that would even appear during the great tribulation of becoming an emperor. One moment of carelessness would lead to the Tao fruit being burned to ashes, burning oneself to death. As far as the black turtle knew, throughout history, besides the Xiantian Empress, only 3 people had successfully cultivated the karmic fire refining the golden body. And these 3 were without exception the most prodigal among prodigies. The most monstrous among monstrous geniuses. 2 of them ultimately successfully proved their Tao, and became emperors, ascending to the emperor's throne. As for the last person, although he didn't successfully prove his Tao and become an emperor, but during the contest for supremacy on the emperor's path, he alone fought his way through an ancient starry sky road, reducing all prodigies and monstrous geniuses of that time to mere foils. Godforsaken kid. I, Grandpa Turtle, don't believe you can stand shoulder to shoulder with those 3. On the other side, inside the cave dwelling, under the blessing of the great Tao Bodhi heart, Ji Xiaoyao quickly and successfully mastered the karmic fire refining the golden body secret technique, only to see him raise his hand to take out countless divine sources and spiritual medicines from the system space. Igniting the karmic fire requires consuming a massive amount of heaven and earth essence. Now is the time. Ignite the karmic fire. Golden light flickered in Ji Xiaoyao's eyes, swiftly circulating the secret technique. In an instant, a thumb-sized tangerine yellow flame rose from his hands. Under the burning of this flame, the surrounding void seemed as if it were going to melt. Bouts of stinging pain also came from Ji Xiaoyao's palm. This was highly astonishing. One must know that with his current physical body strength, let alone ordinary flames, even divine fire might not necessarily be able to harm him. Yet this thumb-sized karmic fire before his eyes could make him feel a stinging pain. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have long been burned to ashes. Now is the time. Empower the karmic fire. Ji Xiaoyao brought out a large cauldron and placed the karmic fire into it. Then tossed in a large amount of divine sources. Boom! As the divine sources were injected, the originally flame-sized karmic fire grew stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, it surged to the size of a grown man. Ji Xiaoyao took a deep breath, stripped off his treasured clothes, and entered the cauldron with his true body, to temper himself within the karmic fire. This scene was extremely astonishing. He sat cross-legged within the karmic fire. The scorching temperature seemed to melt the surrounding void. An intense pain immediately came from every inch of his flesh and blood. And it was not just physical pain. As he sat cross-legged amidst the karmic fire, the soul cave heaven within his body emerged. It was just that in the soul cave heaven at this moment. There was no longer the holiness of the past. Instead, it was filled with sky-obscuring harmful karmic fire. All the holy anomalies of the past were completely burned away, and the sky-obscuring karmic fire seemed to possess sentience. Just as it entered the soul cave heaven, it overwhelmingly burned towards the golden figure sitting cross-legged within. As Ji Xiaoyao's cultivation broke through to the peak of the dragon-nurturing realm, the golden Dao fruit miniature figure, nurtured in the soul cave heaven, originally had its figure surge to the size of an adult. But at this moment, with the burning of the karmic fire, the golden Dao fruit miniature figure actually began to melt and shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ji Xiaoyao's cultivation realm also crazily regressed along with it. 9th heaven of the dragon nurturing realm. 8th heaven of the dragon nurturing realm. 7th heaven of the dragon nurturing realm. In just a short moment, his cultivation had regressed to the 7th heaven of the dragon nurturing realm. Even his originally solid and flawless foundation also exhibited densely packed cracks. This process was extremely perilous. One moment of carelessness could lead to perishing both in body and Dao. Phew, seeing this, Ji Xiaoyao exhaled a mouthful of impure breath, hurriedly circulating the karmic fire, refining the golden body secret technique. In an instant, bursts of Dao sounds echoed from the soul cave heaven, sounding like Zen chants from the immemorial era. A bizarre secret power emerged and permeated towards the golden Dao fruit miniature figure. Under the blessing of this secret power, the golden Dao fruit miniature figure, that was already wilted from being burned by the karmic fire, once again radiated endless vitality. Along with it, Ji Xiaoyao's heavily cracked great Dao foundation also slowly repaired itself. Boom! A berserk aura burst forth from Ji Xiaoyao's body. His cultivation returned to the peak of the dragon nurturing realm, and his imposing aura became even stronger. This is only the first stage. Continue. Ji Xiaoyao did not indulge in the newly surged power. He opened the system space and took out divine sources, continuing to toss them into the karmic fire. Boom! Scorching firelight illuminated the entire cave. The karmic fire explosively surged. The surrounding space became viscous and thin at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a plastic sheet on the verge of melting. Under the burning of this terrifying karmic fire, Ji Xiaoyao couldn't help but let out a beast-like roar. The terrifying karmic fire burned and melted every inch of skin on his body, exposing the flesh and blood underneath. At this very moment, Ji Xiaoyao no longer had that previous confident and invincible appearance, but rather looked like a blood corpse crawling out from purgatory. Terrifying and hideous. So what if it's karmic fire? To me, this is not a hardship, but an opportunity. Ji Xiaoyao gave a low roar, steadied his mind, and crazily circulated the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art. The runes engraved within his flesh and blood began to glow, crazily repairing the burned and melted skin. However, it was quickly burned by the karmic fire once again. Repairing and burning. Repairing and burning. Between this back and forth process, the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art actually faintly showed signs of breaking through to the late stage of the first tier. Now is the time. Ji Xiaoyao seized the opportunity, abruptly took out a holy medicine and swallowed it in one gulp, and then crazily circulated the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art. Under the blessing of the holy medicine's terrifying medicinal power, buzz buzz, every inch of flesh and blood in his body glowed simultaneously, blooming with endless vitality. The 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art successfully broke through, reaching the late stage of the first tier. Boom! A berserk vital blood power surged out from Ji Xiaoyao's body. At this moment, as the surrounding karmic fire burned, although stabbing pains still transmitted over, it could no longer burn his skin. If anyone around saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. Using the physical body to forcefully withstand karmic fire. What kind of monstrous operation is this? It was just that although the tribulation of the physical body was resolved, Ji Xiaoyao's true crisis had not yet ended. Within the soul cave heaven at this moment, raging karmic fire covered the sky and earth. The golden Dao fruit miniature figure was just like the Monkey King Sun Wukong inside Taishang Laojuan's alchemy furnace. 8th heaven of the dragon nurturing realm. 7th heaven of the dragon nurturing realm. This time, Ji Xiaoyao's cultivation directly plummeted to the 4th heaven of the dragon nurturing realm. His internal great Dao foundation was even more like a heavily cracked porcelain doll. Just a slight touch and it would completely shatter. The karmic fire enveloped his entire body. At this moment, the situation within the soul cave heaven could be described as incredibly dire. The golden miniature figure, representing his Dao fruit, had been burned by the karmic fire to the verge of collapse. It could be reduced to ashes at any moment. The great Tao foundation inside his body was also densely covered with cracks, nearing fragmentation. However, Ji Xiaoyao remained completely unfazed. His whole being was free of both sorrow and joy. Having sunk into a special state of profound enlightenment, the essence of karmic fire refining the golden body has many similarities with the 9 tribulations' imperishable heavenly art. Both involve reviving amidst ruin and regaining glory from silence. At this moment, Ji Xiaoyao seemed to have comprehended something. The great Tao Bodhi heart inside his body emitted bursts of Tao sounds, resonating with the great Tao. He remembered an ancient text he had seen in his ancestral land, which recorded that the Ji family's first-generation ancestor, Great Emperor Huanyu, in the late years of his second lifetime after becoming an emperor, was once set up and besieged by several life-forbidden zones, wanting to take advantage of his twilight years to plunder his emperor origin. But Great Emperor Huanyu possessed stunning talent. He broke through amid the battle. Under the condition of his vital blood declining, withering, and being severely injured to the brink of death, he successfully lived out his third lifetime, suppressing all incoming enemies. In this state of profound enlightenment, all outside noise seemed to dissipate. Even the pain brought by the burning of the karmic fire disappeared with it. Ji Xiaoyao subconsciously circulated the karmic fire, refining the golden body secret technique. Streams of secret power circulated out in his soul cave heaven, nourishing the golden Tao fruit miniature figure. Boom boom! Under the blessing of this secret power, the originally wilting golden Tao fruit miniature figure instantly regained its radiance, blooming with dazzling golden light. Moreover, a special vitality was gestating within it. Under the burning of the karmic fire, this vitality became stronger and stronger, thicker and thicker, until finally, it even shrouded the golden Tao fruit miniature figure's entire body. Under the effect of this vitality, Ji Xiaoyao's originally broken foundation began to slowly repair. His fallen cultivation began to rise back up, quickly returning to the peak of the dragon-nurturing realm. And the imposing aura radiating from his body was far more terrifying compared to before. Like a cage-released immemorial fierce beast. I can feel. The 9th heaven of the dragon-nurturing realm is not the limit of this realm. Above this, there is an even more profound existence. Break. Ji Xiaoyao spat out a light word, as if his words were the law. His cultivation climbed once again at this moment. A silent crisp sound came from the golden Tao fruit miniature figure within his body, immediately followed by seeing the golden Tao fruit miniature figure surge out countless strands and threads of golden light from its body. These golden rays wrapped around it, binding it in a cocoon of its own making, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized golden silkworm cocoon. And as the golden Tao fruit miniature figure formed the silkworm cocoon, Ji Xiaoyao's originally crazily climbing aura crashed down. His physical body and primordial spirit seemed to quiet down as well, plunging completely into dead silence. Myriad Immortal's pavilion of the Ji family, Ji Tianqing and a group of clan elders were drinking and reveling. He was in an excellent mood, looking completely radiant as they spoke. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyao did a beautiful job this time. Right after entering the Xiantian ancient city, he powerfully killed a bunch of Forbidden Zone inheritors. TSK, he has my demeanor from back in the day. This is how the men of my Ji family should be. Slaughtering all the Forbidden Zone dogs in the world. I heard that before entering the secret realm. Xiaoyao even killed the little rock king of the Golden Rock clan, and the inheritor of the heaven-swallowing demonic art. It's truly immensely satisfying. It's a pity Xiaoyao is only 10 years old now. If he were in the same age group, all the prodigies and monstrous geniuses in the world would be just collapsing earth and tile dogs before him. The clan elders said with a smile. I said it long ago. My grandson has the aptitude of an immortal king. Ji Tianqing's face was ruddy, taking a huge gulp of wine with a loud laugh. But right at this moment, an attendant suddenly ran in, burning with anxiety. Clan head, various clan elders. Something terrible has happened. Ji Tianqing's old face showed displeasure. Stop the movements in his hands. What is the matter to make such a fuss about? His Highness the Imperial Sun's life lamp suddenly withered, and is about to extinguish. The attendant reported with a panicked expression. What did you say? Xiaoyao's life lamp. Everyone's expressions changed instantly. Ji Tianqing was even more murderous, rushing out taking the lead, hurrying toward the place where the Ji family stored Ji Xiaoyao's life lamp. The group of clan elders followed closely behind. A moment later, Ji Tianqing and the clan elders arrived at the secret chamber, specially used to store Ji Xiaoyao's life lamp, only to see Ji Xiaoyao's originally fiercely burning life lamp. At this moment, it was already a candle in the wind. Could extinguish at any moment. Seeing this scene, all the clan elders panicked. Ji Tianqing even trembled all over. His originally ruddy face instantly became incomparably pale. What happened? Why did Xiaoyao's life lamp become so withered? With Xiaoyao's current combat power, plus the various treasures we gifted him previously, as well as his own companion Dao weapon, not to mention prodigies and monstrous geniuses of the same generation, even older generation powerhouses, could absolutely not possibly hurt him. Do you guys think there is a possibility that those old fogies from the life-forbidden zones made a move? Back when Xiaoyao was born, those old fogies were shameless, vainly attempting to snatch his companion Imperial weapon. Damn it. It must be those scumbags. Let's go. Muster the troops. Eradicate them. A hot-tempered clan elder immediately roared out in anger, flying directly out of the myriad Immortals pavilion, wanting to muster troops and kill into the forbidden zones. However, astonishing killing intent erupted from Ji Tianqing's eyes. A dazzling sword light tore through the void. The emperor-slaying sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, blooming with endless extreme Dao Imperial might, shaking the surrounding void to shatter inch by inch. If something happens to Xiaoyao today, I will definitely slaughter a bunch of life-forbidden zones to be buried with him. And right at the same time his voice fell, a dazzling scorching sun rose into the sky from the God King Hall. Ji Wushuang, dressed entirely in white, crossed the void and arrived, seething with killing intent. After seeing Ji Xiaoyao's life lamp that was almost completely extinguished, his face no longer had the elegance of the past, replaced by an astonishing killing intent. The life-forbidden zones deserve to die. As his words fell, he reached out and beckoned. Supreme laws bloomed. A blood-colored coffin suddenly flew out from the Ji family's ancestral shrine, suspending above his head. Emperor-burying coffin. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be affected. The originally clear sky was instantly densely covered with dark clouds. What happened? Has the Ji family gone mad? Unexpectedly sacrificing two extreme Dao Imperial weapons at the same time. The Divine Weapon Guard Iron Cavalry of the Ji family is also assembling. Holy crap, the Ji family actually blew the Imperial clan horn. If I remember correctly, this is only when the Ji family is preparing to launch an immortal war that the horn will be blown, right? Everyone in the outside world felt above the Ji family that unsuppressible burning anger. Battle flags fluttered. Densely packed warships broke through the void and emerged from the Ji family. Countless divine weapon guards wearing black armor assembled. A chilling aura of slaughter shot straight into the sky. Even the entire Imperial province was glowing. The Great Emperor formation runes engraved everywhere in the Imperial province operated crazily, emanating terrifying extreme Dao power. Faintly, it unexpectedly seemed about to lift the entire Imperial province into the sky. This astonishing scene made all the living beings in the 3,000 Dao provinces unable to help but gasp. Countless old antiques were awakened from their deep slumber, staring blankly toward the direction where the Ji family was located. Is the Ji family crazy? Who are they going to war with again? At the same time, as unusual movements came from the Ji family, Sea of Space-Time, Imperishable Grave, God and Demon Mausoleum, all the major life-forbidden zones couldn't help but become alert. After all, since the ancient era, situations like today's have occurred in the Ji family a total of 5 times. Every time it was directed at their major life-forbidden zones. Every time it caused mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Is the Ji family about to make a move against us again? Are they crazy? Could it be they forgot the immemorial covenant? And if I remember correctly, we haven't provoked them recently either. The major life-forbidden zones couldn't help but shudder in their hearts. Ji family. In the secret chamber where Ji Xiaoyao's life lamp was stored. Kill. Today we must absolutely destroy a life-forbidden zone. To seek justice for Xiaoyao. Our Ji family merely hasn't made a move for tens of thousands of years. Do you really think our Ji family is easy to bully? A group of clan elders voiced their anger, their eyes full of killing intent. Ji Wushuang and Ji Tianqing didn't speak, but the emperor-slaying sword and emperor-burying coffin suspended above their heads were hanging down endless extreme Dao power, capable of unleashing an earth-shattering strike at any moment. But just as everyone was about to set off, boom! Ji Xiaoyao's life lamp, which had originally silently extinguished, suddenly began to burn crazily, emitting a strong firelight. The blazing flame illuminated the entire secret chamber. Dense life essence rose within it. This sudden change made the Ji family members freeze in place for a moment. Xiaoyao's life lamp has been reignited. And it's even more blazing. Holy crap, this firelight is even more blazing than the life lamps of many King Realm experts. Did Xiaoyao directly break through to the King Realm? A clan elder murmured aloud. The originally boiling killing intent instantly dissipated. Suddenly, the void tore apart. A figure walked out from within. Seeing the newcomer, everyone hurriedly knelt down and bowed. Greetings, Ancestor Mieshing. Are you guys stupid? With me personally watching over Xiaoyao. How could anything happen to that child? Just as he appeared, Ji Mieshing mercilessly scolded everyone. As the current imperial son of the Ji family, it was naturally impossible for Ji Xiaoyao to have only Elder Xian as his sole Dao protector by his side. In fact, since his birth, Ji Mieshing had always been secretly protecting him. He and Elder Xian, one in the open and one in the dark. Even if the Forbidden Zone lords of the Life Forbidden Zones came in person, it would be impossible to hurt Ji Xiaoyao. Everyone's eyes were somewhat shocked. Even they didn't expect that Ji Mieshing would actually personally act as Ji Xiaoyao's Dao protector. A taboo living being as a Dao protector. Good heavens! Looking at the entire 3,000 Dao provinces, this kind of treatment is probably quite rare. Ancestor, we were also just blinded by our concern. Everyone's expressions were somewhat awkward. Originally thinking that Ji Xiaoyao was murdered, they had even summoned the extreme Dao Imperial weapons, preparing to launch an immortal war. But it turned out to be a massive misunderstanding. What do we do now? We've already made such a huge commotion. We can't just lower our flags and muffle our drums like this, right? A clan elder muttered softly, unwilling to let it go. He was a famous warmonger in the Ji family. What else can we do? Ji Mieshing glared at him. Since the commotion has already been made, if we don't make a move, wouldn't it make people look down on our Ji family? It just so happens that someone from the imperishable grave once relied on their saint cultivation to attack Xiaoyao. Let's use this as an excuse to go cause them trouble. Ji Mieshing said so. Understood. I've long been displeased with those scumbags from the imperishable grave. That clan elder's expression instantly became excited. By the way, when attacking the imperishable grave, remember to get some immortal corpse blood. In a few months, the ancestral realm will open. Before that, I want to personally baptize Xiaoyao. After Ji Mieshing gave this instruction, he turned around and dissipated into the void. And shortly after he left, the Ji family warships rose into the sky, led by Ji Wushuang and Ji Tianqing. Carrying the extreme Dao Imperial weapons, they marched mightily toward the direction of the imperishable grave. For a time, all the major forces in the entire 3,000 Dao provinces gathered their gazes over. On the other side, in the cave of the Xiantian secret realm, Ji Xiaoyao naturally didn't know that his Ji family actually caused such a huge misunderstanding because of him. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged inside the large cauldron. The karmic fire all around had long since extinguished. In the soul cave heaven, a golden silkworm cocoon was slowly floating up and down. Crack! Suddenly, a slight shattering sound rang out. A crack appeared on the surface of the golden silkworm cocoon. Following that, shattering sounds continuously came from inside the golden silkworm cocoon. The entire golden silkworm cocoon was instantly covered with densely packed cracks. A dazzling golden light burst out from the cracks. Ji Xiaoyao's silent primordial spirit also began to recover. He suddenly opened his eyes. A flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. Reborn from dead silence, rising from ruin, shattering the limits of the dragon-nurturing realm, will be exactly today. As his voice fell, that golden silkworm cocoon in the soul cave heaven completely shattered. A golden figure stepped out of the void from within. Powerful, majestic, terrifying, and towering high above. A heart-palpitating aura emanated from this golden figure, like a heavenly emperor ruling over the world. This golden figure was astonishingly the Dao fruit of Ji Xiaoyao after his Nirvanic rebirth, after being burned by the karmic fire and going through Nirvana. At this moment, it was completely flawless and full of agility, sitting cross-legged above the soul cave heaven, exuding an invincible aura, as if capable of dominating the ups and downs of heaven and earth. And as the golden Dao fruit miniature figure successfully broke through, the aura on Ji Xiaoyao's body explosively surged. His cultivation realm also began to break through at this moment. Only that this breakthrough did not go straight to the dragon transformation realm. but rather shattered the limits in the dragon nurturing realm, arriving at the legendary 10th heaven of the dragon nurturing realm. This is a special realm that only exists in theory. Throughout the ages, the prodigies and monstrous geniuses capable of breaking through to this realm can be counted on one hand. The Tao fruit is flawless and pristine. The dragon nurturing realm successfully shattered the extreme realm and arrived at the 10th heaven. The cultivation of this stage can be considered to have come to an end. What comes next is dragon transformation. Ji Xiaoyao's mind suddenly enlightened. The golden Tao fruit miniature figure sitting cross-legged in the soul cave heaven also seemed to feel something in its heart. Taking a step forward, it arrived in front of Ji Xiaoyao. The two sat facing each other. I am you. You are also me. Merging two into one to break through to dragon transformation. With a thought from Ji Xiaoyao, the golden Tao fruit miniature figure took the initiative to walk toward him. The two merged into one. This is a necessary step to break through to the dragon transformation realm. Merging oneself with the nurtured dragon Tao fruit. To achieve the ultimate leap. Transforming into a dragon and soaring into the sky. However, most other people need various pills to assist at this step. After all, the cave heaven has spirit. Whether the nurtured Tao fruit is a divine weapon, or a divine ability secret technique, or a heaven and earth spiritual medicine, they are all ultimately just external objects. The merging process will inevitably mutually reject oneself. Pills must be used as an auxiliary. And the stronger it is nurtured, the more severe the rejection will be. There might even be a situation where the nurtured object backlashes against the main body. However, Ji Xiaoyao's current situation was exactly the opposite. The golden miniature figure was the manifestation of his Tao fruit cultivated up to now. The two were originally from the same root and origin. There was absolutely no such thing as rejection. Merging at this moment without the slightest obstacle. Extremely smooth. As the golden Tao fruit miniature figure slowly merged in, a surging sense of power instantly transmitted from within Ji Xiaoyao's body. Vital blood, magical power, and runes all multiplied exponentially at this moment. Like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, obtaining a gorgeous qualitative change. Right at this moment. Breakthrough. As the golden miniature figure completely merged with himself, Ji Xiaoyao's cultivation realm also broke through to the dragon transformation realm at this moment. Boom! A mysterious power surged within his body. The path of cultivation is a process of continuous nirvana and transformation of oneself. The dragon transformation realm is the manifestation of the previous few cultivation realms. In this realm, oneself is like a dragon. Every movement and gesture can radiate supreme mighty power. Ji Xiaoyao randomly threw out a punch, unexpectedly directly blasting cracks in the void. If this scene were seen by others, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. After all, even a divine treasure realm great cultivator could not possibly tear the void so easily. Especially since the Xiantian secret realm is blessed by extreme Tao rules. The space's strength is far beyond what the outside world can compare to. If it were before, Ji Xiaoyao would definitely not have been able to achieve this step. Now it is a breeze. It's time to come out of seclusion and compete for fortuitous encounters. Ji Xiaoyao took out a treasured robe and put it on. Stepping out, he walked out of the cave and stood in the sky. His whole body emitted a crystal-clear light. A heart-palpitating aura circulated in his eyes. At this moment he exuded a Tao rhythm in his every gesture. At this moment, he was confident and invincible. Capable of pushing horizontally across all enemies in the world. System, open the panel. Ji Xiaoyao willed in his mind. Name, Ji Xiaoyao. Age, 10. Talents, double pupils, primordial supreme bone, chaos body. Emperor's blood, great Tao Bodhi heart. Identity 1. Son of the white-robed god king of the Imperial Ji family. 2. Son of the eldest princess of the great Yu Immortal dynasty. Cultivation realm. First heaven of the dragon transformation realm. Cultivation methods. Huanyu scripture. 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art, first tier late stage. Divine ability secret techniques. Time-severing heaven sword art. Heavenly horned ant divine ability. Huanyu world-destroying palm. Great void sword aura. Flying immortal fist. Imperishable true domain. Karmic fire refining the golden body. Qilin technique, incomplete. Tao weapons and magical treasures. Chaos world-destroying bell. Void halberd. Imperial Tao longevity lock. Looking at his personal attributes panel, Ji Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. Currently, His cultivation realm had already reached the mainstream level of the current generation's prodigies and monstrous geniuses. Next, it's time to go compete for fortuitous encounters. Ji Xiaoyao took the Xiantian token out of his chest pocket. Following its guidance, he stepped into the air and headed toward the exact east of the secret realm. Ji Xiaoyao, dressed in a black gold profound robe, flowed with brilliant light all over. His flesh and blood radiant. An unearthly aura circulated around him, like an exiled immortal descending to the mortal realm. But right now, he only slightly circulated his internal magical power. An endless divine rosy cloud spewed out from his body. The invisible aura shook the surrounding mountains, causing them to sway violently. In stillness, like an exiled immortal descending to the mortal realm. Extraordinary and elegant. In motion, like a deity patrolling the heavens. Every move radiating endless majesty. Swish, Ji Xiaoyao took a step. His figure instantly appeared 100 miles away. According to the token's guidance, the final destination seemed to be a medicine field. A moment later, Ji Xiaoyao stopped walking. Opened his double pupils. Across endless space, he took a rough look in the direction guided by the Xiantian token. That medicine field was extremely extraordinary. Covered with spiritual medicines. Ji Xiaoyao even felt the aura of a divine medicine within it. However, the contest for that medicine field was also extremely fierce. A large number of prodigies and monstrous geniuses had gathered at the medicine field. Even those secret realm alien beasts were surrounding the outside of the medicine field, waiting for the medicine field to open. Interesting. Ji Xiaoyao circulated the Kunping technique, soaring his speed to an extremely astonishing degree. But right at this moment, a roar. 100-zhong alien tiger abruptly leaped up from the ground, opening its bloody maw wide to swallow Ji Xiaoyao. The Xiantian secret realm is not only full of fortuitous encounters, but also filled with numerous dangers. The alien tiger in front of him was entirely pitch black, covered with scales radiating dark light. Like poured metal, blood light circulated in its mouth, shaking the surrounding peaks to break apart. This is a secret realm alien beast. Its cultivation had already reached the early stage of the divine treasure realm. Moreover, its bloodline was extraordinary, capable of wrestling and killing a flood dragon. Ji Xiaoyao looked down at the sneak-attacking black-scaled alien tiger. His eyes showed not the slightest change in emotion. He slowly struck out a palm. Boom. Surging into the sky like an ocean, emitting endless pressure. The black-scaled alien tiger's movement stagnated. An immense sense of crisis uncontrollably arose in its heart. This human youth before its eyes, at this moment, brought an overwhelmingly strong sense of oppression to it. Roar, it let out a tiger's roar. The beast's instinct made it turn around and leave without hesitation. However, right at this moment, a smear of a blood-colored domain enveloped its entire body, sealing it in the void. Then a giant magical power palm grabbed it in hand as if catching a little kitten. The black-scaled alien tiger's scales stood on end all over as it let out a whine. Its eyes full of fear, vainly attempting to swallow me. Then you must be prepared for death. Ji Xiaoyao showed no mercy. Exerting force in his hand, he directly crushed the black-scaled alien tiger with his bare hand. Tiger blood rained down like a storm. Divine rosy clouds bloomed around Ji Xiaoyao, isolating all the blood outside. His clothes unstained by dust. He took large strides toward the distant medicine field. Outside the medicine field, a large number of living beings had already gathered at this moment. Everyone was glaring fiercely at the front like tigers watching their prey, only to see in the medicine field ahead, densely packed spiritual medicines were growing. The lowest were all grade 7 or above. Medicine kings were even visible everywhere. Not only that, at the very core of the medicine field, there were also 10 holy medicines growing, as well as a completely golden holy tree. That is the golden holy tree, a genuine divine medicine. Has an immense effect on elevating the physical body. It can help one polish their physical body to a flawless state. It's just that although divine medicines are tempting, the surroundings of the medicine field were densely covered with formation runes guarding it. Even if it's someone as powerful as a divine treasure realm expert, stepping into that formation will also result in being instantly strangled. Buzz, suddenly, the formation guarding the medicine field emitted a burst of faint light. The originally indestructible formation showed thin strands of cracks. Through these cracks, the crowd could smell the wafting fragrance coming from the divine medicine. For a time, the crowd became excited. It's coming. The formation is about to open. The medicine field will be open to the public. Ha ha ha, So many spiritual medicines. Even medicine kings and divine medicines exist. Not mentioning anything else. Just that golden holy tree is enough to let one achieve an astonishing nirvana. This is an unimaginable fortuitous encounter. Although it can't compare to places like the Pill Pavilion, the Weapon Burial Tower, and the Dharma Comprehension Pavilion. It is already enough for the likes of us. The crowd discussed spiritedly. In the past few days, fortuitous encounters of all sizes everywhere in the Xiantian secret realm had sequentially occurred. And among them, the most famous ones were none other than the Pill Pavilion, the Weapon Burial Tower, the Dharma Comprehension Pavilion, and other places. These were all fortuitous encounters personally set up by the Xiantian Empress while she was alive, containing unimaginable fortunes. However, for the vast majority of people, these places are all far too dangerous. No one but top-tier prodigies could step foot inside. Otherwise, they would face the danger of perishing at every turn. For example, the recently opened Pill Pavilion. On the day it opened, an unimaginable great battle broke out. Countless prodigies shed their blood. Living beings perished. Even people like Xue Hunzi and Emoluan sustained injuries in this great battle. In the end, several King Realm alien beasts even made a move, jointly hunting down all the prodigies. In comparison, this medicine field is much safer. And just when everyone was excited, a suddenly appearing figure of a youth drew the attention of everyone present. The youth was dressed in a black gold profound robe, with a tall and straight figure, flowing with brilliant light all over. Immortal rays flashed around his body, like an exiled immortal descending to the mortal realm, emitting a heart-palpitating aura in his every movement and gesture. Although his face seemed slightly immature, between his brows, he exuded a majesty that did not match his age. The youth was shockingly Ji Xiaoyao. It's him, the Imperial son of the Ji family. That top-tier monstrous genius bearing double pupils. As soon as he appeared, Ji Xiaoyao attracted the attention of everyone present. There was no helping it. His performance when entering the secret realm earlier was simply too dazzling. Slapping down the golden rock, destroying the inheritor of the heaven-swallowing demonic art. The combat power he displayed was not at all like a 10-year-old youth. Furthermore, despite his outward appearance looking like an exiled immortal descending to the mortal realm, looking as if he doesn't eat the food of mortals, everyone present knew, under the youth's unearthly exterior, hid a true god of slaughter, striking decisively and ruthlessly without mercy. Gulp, gulp. Thinking of this, the crowd subconsciously gulped their saliva, involuntarily taking a step back. Seeing the crowd's reaction, those secret realm alien beasts glaring fiercely at the divine medicine, also couldn't help but reveal looks of astonishment toward Ji Xiaoyao. Ji Xiaoyao paid no mind to the surrounding gazes, locking his eyes straight onto the medicine field ahead. Sure, holy medicines plus one divine medicine. Quite a decent harvest. Murmuring softly, Ji Xiaoyao walked straight into the medicine field. What is the Ji family's imperial son doing? He's actually walking straight into the medicine field. Did he not see the formation around the medicine field? That is an immemorial king realm formation. Even if a divine treasure realm peak great cultivator comes, they would only have the fate of being strangled. Everyone's breath hitched. This is good too. If he gets strangled, our chances of obtaining the divine medicine will increase considerably. It's just right to have one less competitor. After reacting, someone sneered coldly like this, hoping to see the scene of him being strangled by the formation. The medicine field bloomed with dense essence. Just smelling it made people involuntarily feel a boost in their spirits. And at this moment, all the living beings outside the medicine field were constantly paying attention to Ji Xiaoyao's back. They all wanted to see exactly what hidden trump cards this youth had. To dare ignore a king realm formation, and swagger in so brazenly, only to see that with Ji Xiaoyao's entry, the formation around the medicine field began to operate. An invisible sword aura shot out rapidly, pointing straight at the center of Ji Xiaoyao's brows. Ji Xiaoyao's emotions did not fluctuate. The vital blood all over his body bloomed. The runes engraved in his flesh and blood began to flash. Imperishable true domain, open. The blood-colored domain unfolded instantly, filling the surrounding void. The moment that terrifying sword aura entered the imperishable true domain, it was as if sinking deep into a swamp. As the flesh and blood runes flashed, a mysterious power overflowed. In just the blink of an eye, it obliterated that sword aura. A king realm formation. The deeper one steps into the medicine field, the more terrifying the rapid shooting sword auras become. Ji Xiaoyao continued to move forward. His calm demeanor was not like walking into a king realm formation. but more like taking a stroll in his own backyard. Truly worthy of being the Ji family's imperial son. He has grand courage. And his methods are even more astonishing. Someone nearby seeing this scene couldn't help but sigh in admiration. And Ji Xiaoyao continued to stride forward. The surrounding formation shot out more sword auras slashing at him. Densely packed like a storm. Furthermore, the power of these sword auras was soaring as he went deeper. They had already reached a level comparable to a divine treasure realm great cultivators. Full-powered strike. It's just that they still could do nothing to Ji Xiaoyao. While the runes and the blood-colored domain flashed, they isolated all the sword auras outside. So strong. A king realm formation unexpectedly couldn't do anything to him. If this continues, wouldn't he be able to harvest the spiritual medicines in the entire medicine field however he pleases? Everyone showed expressions of astonishment. Those secret realm alien beasts were even more shocked beyond words. The methods displayed by the youth before their eyes shocked the crowd. He didn't seem like a young prodigy at all, but rather like an old monster. Under the amazed gazes of the crowd, Ji Xiaoyao advanced step by step, and had already arrived at the core of the medicine field. The sword auras shot out by the surrounding king realm formation had reached a power comparable to an early king realm expert. Such power made even Ji Xiaoyao slightly feel a bit strained. The imperishable true domain also faintly showed signs of shattering. Regarding this, Ji Xiaoyao didn't seem panicked. He quickly took out the Taichu divine armor and put it on. The black armor instantly covered his entire body, revealing only a pair of indifferent eyes. His cultivation realm explosively surged, reaching the first heaven of the divine treasure realm. In an instant, the imperishable true domain that was originally about to shatter erupted with an unimaginable power. Vital blood surged wildly. Flesh and blood runes flashed. All the sword auras rapidly shooting in from all around were instantly obliterated. Impervious to all methods, Ji Xiaoyao seized the opportunity to quickly step forward, uprooting the 10 holy medicines in the medicine field, along with the golden holy tree entirely. As for the other ordinary spiritual medicines, he didn't even cast a glance at them. The reason was very simple. He looked down on them. With his status, if needed, he only needed one word, and the Ji family would find him countless spiritual medicines and medicine kings. The holy medicines and the divine medicine had been picked, but the guidance of the Xiantian token had not ended. It seemed there were other fortuitous encounters hidden here. Ji Xiaoyao directed his gaze at the Xiantian token. He originally thought the fortuitous encounter guided by this Xiantian token was precisely the 10 holy medicines and the golden holy tree. But looking at it now, it didn't seem to be the case. Thinking of this, he released his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings. Although he had not deliberately cultivated his primordial spirit and spiritual sense, under the blessing of his many top-tier talents, his primordial spirit and spiritual sense were exceptionally acute. In almost just an instant, Ji Xiaoyao discovered an anomaly. There is something underground. He struck out a palm without hesitation. But the bizarre thing was, this palm unexpectedly couldn't shake the medicine field at all. There is indeed something. A flash of golden light flickered in Ji Xiaoyao's eyes. One must know that with his current cultivation and combat power, a full-powered palm strike could snap even divine iron. Yet at this moment, it actually couldn't shake this medicine field. Thinking of this, he quickly took out the void halberd and began to dig. As the surface spiritual soil was scraped away, a 9-colored light suddenly burst out from beneath the medicine field, overflowing with astonishing spiritual energy. This is the 9-colored soil. Ji Xiaoyao was first taken aback, and then overjoyed. The 9-colored soil is a supreme spiritual soil, formed by absorbing the origin power of heaven and earth, capable of planting all spiritual medicines in the world. Even if it were just an ordinary weed, as long as it is planted in the 9-colored soil, it can make it transform into a spiritual medicine in a short period of time. What a good thing. Ji Xiaoyao was in a great mood. The 9-colored soil is incomparably rare. In the outside world, it is sold by the gram. The price of 1 gram of 9-colored soil is worth tens of thousands of divine sources. And this is still a case of having a price but no market. After all, the 9-colored soil can cultivate spiritual medicines and medicine kings in large batches. Even divine medicines. Once obtained, it is almost impossible to bring it out for sale. But right now, beneath this medicine field, there is actually a full layer of it. A full 100 gene. If this were placed in the outside world, it would be enough to make everyone go crazy over it. Even those taboo living beings, upon seeing it, wouldn't be able to hold back from jumping out to snatch it. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Xiaoyao directly packed up and collected all the 9-colored soil. In the future, I might be able to create a piece of top-tier medicine field that belongs solely to myself. To plant top-tier divine medicines. And even elixirs of immortality. There is a legend that as long as the quantity of 9-colored soil is sufficient, it is even possible to make a divine medicine transform into a quasi-elixir of immortality. It's the 9-colored soil. The legendary divine soil. Just as Ji Xiaoyao was collecting the 9-colored soil, people outside the medicine field also noticed the unique divine light of the 9-colored soil, and immediately let out an exclamation. What? 9-colored soil? Holy crap, 9-colored soil. No wonder spiritual medicines are everywhere in this medicine field. So it turns out there was 9-colored soil hidden beneath it. Isn't this striking it rich? 1 gram of 9-colored soil is worth tens of thousands of divine sources, equivalent to all the properties of many great sects. At this moment, all the living beings present went crazy. The 9-colored soil is truly too precious. It can entirely be passed down as the foundation of a sect, allowing a sect to have an endless stream of spiritual medicines. The gazes the crowd cast toward Ji Xiaoyao were filled with envy, jealousy and greed. In the face of such a rare worldly treasure, no one could remain calm, especially those secret realm alien beasts. After hearing the news of the 9-colored soil, all of them had their eyes turned completely red. And right at this moment, crack! As if it was because attacking Ji Xiaoyao just now consumed too much energy. The King Realm formation that originally guarded the medicine field shattered with a boom. Charge! The fortuitous encounter has arrived. Many spiritual medicines await our harvesting. At this moment, a large number of living beings quickly stepped forward to harvest spiritual medicines, unwilling to miss out. Of course, there was also a portion of people who locked their gazes onto Ji Xiaoyao. After all, the greatest fortuitous encounter of the entire medicine field right now is entirely in his hands alone. Imperial son of the Ji family, we have waited here for a long time. Now you alone have collected all the fortuitous encounters of the medicine field. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? My demands are not high. Give us 10 jin of 9-colored soil, and I will leave immediately. Otherwise, a prodigy from the spirit race spoke coldly and sinisterly to Ji Xiaoyao. His words were full of threats. In normal times, he definitely wouldn't dare to speak to Ji Xiaoyao like this. But now? Wealth moves people's hearts. As the common saying goes, when the return of a matter reaches 10%, someone will be tempted to act. When the return rate reaches 50%, someone will take risks in desperation. And when the profit reaches 300%, all living beings will trample on all moral rules in the world. Now, under the temptation of the 9-colored soil, a portion of the living beings on the scene have already lost their rationality. What if I say no? Ji Xiaoyao looked coldly at the spirit race prodigy. Hee, I admit you are extremely powerful. But you must know, you are not facing me alone. The spirit race prodigy gave a cold sneer. Several figures simultaneously emerged behind him. They were all extremely powerful prodigies and monstrous geniuses. They had secretly formed an alliance as early as when the 9-colored soil appeared. But just as he finished speaking, he only felt a strong gust of wind blowing in his face. Ji Xiaoyao threw out a merciless killing punch, directly blasting his head apart from across the air. Blood splattered out. The scene was exceptionally cruel. Who else is eyeing the things in my hands? You can feel free to take a step forward. Ji Xiaoyao looked down upon all directions, his full head of black hair fluttering wildly, not putting the crowd present in his eyes at all. He killed the spirit race prodigy with just one punch. Too strong. The crowd's expressions were solemn. The spirit race is a special race, innately favored by the great Tao of heaven and earth, with an affinity for the great Tao. In the ancient era, they were a major clan, although they gradually declined after the Dharma ending age. But the spirit race prodigies are extremely astonishing, possessing ancestral spirit bloodline within their bodies, regarded by the spirit race as the core master of their revival, expected to revive the spirit race. Who would have thought that at this moment he would be killed by a single punch from the Ji family's imperial son? The two of them were simply not existences on the same level. The splattered blood made many people whose rationality was swallowed by greed become clear-headed again. Let's go. The few people who had secretly reached an alliance with the spirit race prodigy turned around and tried to escape after sobering up, not daring to continue competing anymore. All of you, stay right here. Ji Xiaoyao gave a cold snort. He was not some soft-hearted person. Circulating the incomplete Kunping technique to transform into a streak of flowing light. He quickly chased after those few people. Kill! Seeing that they couldn't escape. The few people could only turn around to fight against Ji Xiaoyao. In just a moment. One of them was killed by Ji Xiaoyao with a single punch. The remaining few were imprisoned in the imperishable true domain. Like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Ji Xiaoyao stepped forward mercilessly and killed them all. Blood fell from the void, dyeing the medicine field below into a dark red. Everyone involuntarily took a step back, deterred by the terrifying combat power displayed by Ji Xiaoyao. But right at this moment, an indifferent and ancient voice sounded from the void. Kid, hand over the 9-colored soil. This is not a divine object that you can possess. An old man appeared out of thin air above the medicine field. He was wearing gray coarse linen clothes. His hair was grayish-white. His face was full of wrinkles and age spots. But golden light flashed in his eyes. Moreover, a blood-colored single horn grew on top of his head. It's him. That King Realm old flood dragon from the secret realm. A few days ago, he had allied with several other King Realm alien beasts in the secret realm. To besiege and kill Xue Hunzi, Emoluin, and the others. Didn't he go hunt down Xue Hunzi and the others? Why would he suddenly appear here? That's right. I saw a few young flood dragons outside the medicine field earlier. They should be the descendants of this old flood dragon. He had set his eyes on this medicine field long ago. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts. A King Realm old flood dragon. To all the prodigies and monstrous geniuses present. Was an almost invincible existence. Let's go, we cannot stay here for long. The tragedy that previously erupted at the Pill Pavilion might play out here again. The crowd quickly retreated. Not daring to stay any longer. Wealth indeed moves people's hearts. But the prerequisite is having a life to take it. And just as the crowd was retreating and evacuating, there was indeed not the slightest trace of fear in Ji Xiaoyao's eyes. He looked down at the old flood dragon above the medicine field and said indifferently, "Old thing. The 9-colored soil is in my hands. If you want to die, you can feel free to come and try." His voice was not loud, but it fell in the ears of the crowd like an explosive thunder. Holy crap, the Ji family's Imperial son has gone mad. Provoking a King Realm alien beast like this. Could it be that he has some trump card on him? The fleeing crowd looked at Ji Xiaoyao in shock and uncertainty. His performance was truly too calm. Not putting the King Realm old flood dragon in his eyes at all. "Ant, you're courting death." Killing intent bloomed in the old flood dragon's eyes. Without any nonsense. He directly blasted a palm toward Ji Xiaoyao. As the saying goes, a lion uses its full strength even when wrestling a rabbit. As soon as the old flood dragon made a move, he wanted to kill Ji Xiaoyao at the first moment without any reservation, leaving absolutely no leeway. Surging magical power condensed into a massive energy palm print. Bursts of dragon roars emanated from his palm print. Vaguely, one could see the phantom of a flood dragon circling within his palm. This is the origin divine ability of the flood dragon race. Flood dragon heaven-binding palm. Cultivated to the extreme, it can seal the heavens with one palm. Ji Xiaoyao had no fear whatsoever. Soaring into the sky. After putting on the Taichu divine armor, his cultivation realm had already been forcefully elevated to the divine treasure realm. Shatter for me. He looked up at the sky and blasted out a punch. Surging vital blood soared into the sky. A golden phantom of the heavenly horned ant flashed past behind his back, and then gathered within his fist print. Boom! Fist and palm collided. An intense sonic boom resounded in the void. Terrifying energy aftershocks swept out. Even the earth couldn't help but tremble for a moment, kicking up clouds of smoke and dust. And in the very next moment, Ji Xiaoyao abruptly soared into the sky from within the smoke and dust. Like a thunderbolt. Killing toward the old flood dragon with a punch. He actually blocked it. A touch of astonishment revealed in the old flood dragon's eyes. He possessed a genuine King Realm cultivation. What is the King Realm? Standing high above and hailed as a king in the world. After entering this realm, one initially masters the power of laws. Can casually urge the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. To cultivators below the King Realm. Holding the power over life, death and deprivation. But at this moment, it was one thing that his full-powered strike was so easily resolved by the other party. Wanting to engage in close combat with me? The old flood dragon gave a cold snort. Although shocked in his heart, he still didn't put Ji Xiaoyao in his eyes. Like an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating one's capabilities. As he spoke, he transformed into his 100-zhang flood dragon true body, and fought fiercely together with Ji Xiaoyao. He was extremely confident in his physical body, believing he could tear the other party apart in a short time. But at the moment of contact, he was once again shocked in his heart. So strong. The physical body strength of the youth opposite him was somewhat frightening. Like divine iron. The power contained in the fist print even made his dragon claws ache. Die for me. Just when he was shocked, Ji Xiaoyao seized the opportunity and abruptly blasted out a punch. Ocean-like vital blood soared into the sky. The phantom of the heavenly horned ant flashed past. Ji Xiaoyao did not hold back in the slightest with this punch, urging his entire body's power to the absolute limit, shaking the surrounding void to the point where thin strands of cracks appeared. Not good, the old flood dragon panicked in his heart. He hurriedly dodged sideways. But it was already too late. Pfft. The might of a single punch. The terrifying power directly blasted a massive bloody hole in the old flood dragon's body. Millstone-sized broken dragon scales mixed with dragon blood splattered out. The old flood dragon roared in pain. His huge flood dragon body rolled in the void, quickly widening the distance, not daring to engage in close combat with Ji Xiaoyao anymore. Seeing this, many people gasped. The Ji family's Imperial son is truly too extraordinary. Not only did he not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest, when fighting against a King Realm flood dragon, he actually could pierce through the other party's body with a single punch. Truly possessing unmatched bravery that scorns the world. Frighteningly strong. Where do you think you're going? After succeeding with a punch, adhering to the principle of mercilessly beating a drowning dog, Ji Xiaoyao quickly pursued, unwilling to let the old flood dragon go. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? The old flood dragon was furious in his heart. He, a King Realm powerhouse, was actually being hunted by a junior, whose cultivation was inferior to his at this moment. Wouldn't people laugh their teeth off if this word got out? Thinking of this, he abruptly stopped in his tracks, and took out a purple gold divine hammer. Crack! As soon as the purple gold divine hammer appeared, it rapidly expanded against the wind, reaching a size of 1,000 zhang in the blink of an eye. The massive hammer body spanned across the sky. Purple lightning flashed atop the head of the hammer, emitting a heart-palpitating aura. This is a quasi-Saint Dao weapon. Holy crap, this is too shameless, right? A King Realm cultivation powerhouse fighting a junior actually uses a quasi-Saint Dao weapon. Simply shameless. Someone below voiced out in anger, furiously condemning the old flood dragon for being shameless. Crack! Countless lightning bolts rampaged out together with the 1,000 zhang divine hammer, smashing viciously toward Ji Xiaoyao. Seeing this, Ji Xiaoyao had no fear on his face at all. Is a quasi-Saint Dao weapon very strong? Making it seem like not everyone has one. The next moment, an archaic and weather-beaten battle halberd appeared out of thin air in his hand. Void secret power circulated around the halberd's body. Void halberd. As an item made from the primitive divine bone of a sage emperor-level void beast. A forged top-tier Dao weapon. Its might is naturally beyond words. Void opposing power circulated around the halberd's body, capable of easily cutting through the void. Slash! Facing the purple gold divine hammer blasting toward him, Ji Xiaoyao held the halberd with one hand, and abruptly hacked it down with force. With his current strength, although he cannot yet unleash the full might of the void halberd, it was entirely sufficient to deal with a purple gold divine hammer. Crack! Only a crisp sound was heard. The purple gold divine hammer was instantly chopped into two halves. This is a Dao weapon forged from the primitive divine bone of a void beast. Truly worthy of the Ji family. Their foundation is frighteningly strong. They could actually take out even this kind of divine weapon. That is a void beast after all. A top-tier heaven-rank fierce beast. Seeing this, the crowd felt a burst of envy, and at the same time sighed in admiration at the Ji family's terrifying foundation. A sage emperor-level void halberd. Placed in some sects and great teachings, it could be used as a sect-guarding treasure. Damn it. Seeing the purple gold divine hammer shatter, the old flood dragon cursed in a low voice. His heart was bleeding. This was one of his strongest trump cards, which he carefully maintained on normal days. He never expected it to be chopped in half on the spot at this moment. But heartache aside, he no longer dared to stay any longer right now. The youth opposite him was so strong it was somewhat demonic. The aura emitted by the great halberd in his hands made him even more terrified and trembling in fear. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. The old flood dragon turned and fled. His massive flood dragon true body reached 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. Did I let you go? Ji Xiaoyao gave a cold snort, operating the Kunping technique to the extreme. He quickly pursued, continuously hacking out with the void halberd in his hand, shooting out endless void secret power to intercept and kill the old flood dragon. Ryip, Ryip. The void was torn open like a curtain. Streaks of void secret power landed on the old flood dragon's body, leaving behind hideous wounds. Kid, be forgiving where possible. If you kill me, the other king beasts in the secret realm will not let you off. The old flood dragon was covered in scars, fleeing madly on one hand, and opening his mouth to threaten on the other. So much nonsense. Die for me. Killing intent rampaged in Ji Xiaoyao's eyes, not fearing the threat in the slightest. The vital blood inside his body surged madly. The runes engraved in his flesh and blood quickly flew out, interweaving with the vital blood. The imperishable true domain's blood-colored domain instantly wrapped the old flood dragon. He immediately felt like he was trapped in a swamp. The vital blood, magical power, and runes inside his body were also sealed. What kind of divine ability is this? The old flood dragon panicked in his heart, and struggled with all his might. He was a king realm cultivation powerhouse, after all. In just a moment, he broke through the bindings of the imperishable true domain. But right at this moment, Ji Xiaoyao had already killed his way to his front. The void halberd in his hand smashed down viciously, with the momentum of splitting Mount Hua. Die for me. Ocean-like vital blood soared into the sky. The heavenly horned ant divine ability was operated to the extreme by him, and poured into the void halberd. The surging power pressed the surrounding void until it almost collapsed. Roar, roar. Seeing that it was unavoidable, a flash of ruthlessness crossed the old flood dragon's eyes. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. He actually directly ignored the void halberd slashing at his head, and abruptly blasted a punch toward Ji Xiaoyao's chest. Extremely unyielding. But although this move of his seemed ruthless, it was actually extremely smart. After all, if it were anyone else, at this moment, they would either give up their attack and choose to block. The old flood dragon could then take the opportunity to escape, or even counterkill, if they stubbornly continued to attack. Although they could slay the old flood dragon, they themselves would definitely be heavily injured as well. In this secret realm, competitors are everywhere. Once heavily injured, the consequences can be easily imagined, especially under the circumstances of carrying heavy treasures. But unfortunately, the one he encountered was Ji Xiaoyao. Wanting to trade injuries with me? Do you think you're worthy? Ji Xiaoyao gave a cold sneer. The movement in his hands did not change. The Taichu divine armor on his body, however, erupted with a faint dark light. As the armor once worn by great Emperor Taichu in his youth, the Taichu armor can not only forge and elevate cultivation, but its defensive power is astonishing. Not to mention the old flood dragon. Even a saint might not necessarily be able to break its defense. Pfft. The attacks of the two landed on each other almost simultaneously. Crack! The sharp void halberd directly cleaved the old flood dragon into two halves. Blood spewed out like a waterfall. But on the contrary, when the old flood dragon's attack landed on Ji Xiaoyao, Ji Xiaoyao was only shaken back 2 steps. Without a scratch. Pfft. Ji Xiaoyao slowly pulled the void halberd out from the old flood dragon's corpse. The massive flood dragon corpse slowly fell. The king realm old flood dragon died. Holy crap, that king realm old flood dragon actually died. Powerfully slain by the Ji family's Imperial son. The Ji family's Imperial son is way too fierce. Only 10 years old, and he can actually slay a king realm powerhouse. Good heavens, this is the rhythm of defying the heavens. Everyone present revealed terrified expressions. A 10-year-old slaying a king realm old flood dragon. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they simply wouldn't believe it. It completely broke common sense. In the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor's path, going up against this kind of monster, will we really have a chance of winning? What bullshit golden great era? The most dazzling era, the so-called dazzling and glorious, is nothing more than the dazzling of those few top-tier prodigies and monstrous geniuses. For the likes of us, we can only be reduced to supporting roles that foil them. At this moment, a touch of bitterness uncontrollably arose in many people's hearts. Some people even had their Tao hearts affected, losing their will to compete for supremacy. The gap is too large. They are simply not existences on the same level. Ji Xiaoyao slowly descended from the void. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes revealed looks of awe. Ji Xiaoyao quickly stepped forward. After packing up the old flood dragon's 100-jong dragon corpse, he quickly left the scene. A moment later, within a valley, Ji Xiaoyao began to process the old flood dragon's corpse. Alien beasts whose cultivation has reached the king realm have treasures all over their bodies. The spiritual energy contained in their flesh and blood is comparable to a medicine king. Their bones can be used to forge Dao weapons and magical treasures. Flood dragon sinews are even more valuable. They can be used as bowstrings for forging divine bows. While murmuring softly, Ji Xiaoyao began to pull out its sinews and extract its bones. He took out a large cauldron, injected spiritual spring water into it, and then threw all the old flood dragon's flesh and blood into it. The old flood dragon's meat is too old. It needs to be stewed well with a fierce fire. Ji Xiaoyao struck out a massive Dao fire and began to stew the flood dragon meat. As for things like the flood dragon liver, they were used by him for barbecue. Slowly, a rich aroma of meat diffused in the valley. Ji Xiaoyao opened the large cauldron and took a bite. The flood dragon meat was soft, tender and flavorful, and contained massive spiritual energy. After eating just one bite, the vital blood inside his body boiled. Countless spiritual energy spewed out from every pore of his body. Good stuff. Ji Xiaoyao began to gorge himself. Ultimately, a whole cauldron of flood dragon meat was swept clean by him. The heaven and earth essence inside his body became so dense that he could hardly suppress it. I'm about to break through. Ji Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. He hurriedly sat cross-legged to digest the heaven and earth essence inside his body. A moment later, a robust vitality spewed out from his body. The second heaven of the dragon transformation realm. King realm fierce beasts are indeed full of treasures everywhere. Ji Xiaoyao sighed in admiration. But right at this moment, his divine sense suddenly jolted. He abruptly turned his head to look at the distant void. Who? Scram out for me. As his voice fell, he only saw a young man slowly stepping out of the void under the moonlight. The young man had a tall and straight posture. A full head of purple hair. The skin on his entire body was so fair it was somewhat ridiculous. Looking at him gave people a delicate and pale feeling. But beneath the other party's delicate and pale exterior, Ji Xiaoyao felt a sense of power like a prehistoric fierce beast. I am qilin Zi. I have no ill intentions in coming here this time. I just want to discuss a transaction with you. qilin Zi. Ji Xiaoyao looked at the purple-haired youth who suddenly appeared in front of him. The vigilance in his eyes did not relax at all. Under the gaze of his double pupils, he could clearly feel. qilin Zi seemed feminine, even giving people a sickly feeling. But inside his body hid an extremely terrifying power. Surging vital blood. So vigorous it was simply like a furiously burning furnace. Not much weaker than his own. Moreover, the other party's bloodline power was extremely astonishing. Of course, compared to Ji Xiaoyao's apprehension, the one who was even more shocked was qilin Zi. He was born before the taboo era. Is the biological child of a qilin. The most pure qilin bloodline flowed within his body. Although he had been sealed away in the qilin cliff for many years. But during this period, he had emerged many times to step onto the emperor's path, and witnessed one golden great era after another. And he had also long ago deduced the path ahead of him to the extreme. That's why he could be so powerful in this realm. In comparison, this youth in front of him was merely 10 years old. That terrifying vital blood power even faintly surpassed his own. If we were in the same age group, could I stand shoulder to shoulder with him? qilin Zi slowly placed a question mark in his heart. During multiple golden great eras, competing for supremacy on the emperor's path, he had seen far too many prodigies and monstrous geniuses. But there had never been a single person who could be as perversely monstrous as the youth in front of him. Transaction. How do you want to transact with me? Ji Xiaoyao pondered. I know you have 9-colored soil in your hands. I hope to trade for some with you. qilin Zi took out 3 divine fruits from his pocket. Each one was extremely astonishing, containing massive heaven and earth essence. They were impressively 3 divine medicines, capable of helping a person undergo deep nirvanic transformation. 3 divine medicines in exchange for 1 gene of your 9-colored soil. This price can be said to be extremely fair. But it was still not enough for Ji Xiaoyao. After all, with the Ji family's foundation, he doesn't lack divine medicines. I don't lack divine medicines. If you want to trade for 9-colored soil, use something else. Ji Xiaoyao slowly spoke. qilin Zi didn't have too many words. He once again took out a divine source from his pocket. This divine source was only the size of a palm, looking extremely ordinary. But the moment Qilin Z took it out, Ji Xiaoyao's eyes went straight. Simply because inside this divine source was impressively sealed a drop of blood. This drop of blood was extremely extraordinary. Even though sealed by the divine source, it still emitted a heart-palpitating aura. Moreover, within it, there was faintly a qilin phantom evolving. A drop of qilin blood. To trade for 10 jin of your 9-colored soil. Qilin Z spoke once again. After speaking, he silently looked at Ji Xiaoyao, waiting for a reply. Ji Xiaoyao was somewhat astonished. He didn't expect the other party could actually take out such an item. After all, since the end of the taboo era, pure-blooded 10 perils beasts are almost never seen again. The true blood of the 10 perils living beings is even more incomparably precious, capable of letting one undergo the ultimate transformation. Deal. Ji Xiaoyao agreed without hesitation. He had previously collected a full 100 jin of 9-colored soil. Using 10 jin to exchange for a drop of true qilin blood is completely not a loss. Besides, he had a premonition. If he could absorb this drop of qilin blood, his 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art would, in a short period of time, break through to an extremely terrifying level. Neither Ji Xiaoyao nor Qilin Z were people who liked to talk nonsense. With the terms agreed upon, they traded directly. With the 9-colored soil, the qilin elixir of immortality might be able to regain its vitality. Qilin Z murmured a sentence in his heart and turned around to leave. Ji Xiaoyao, meanwhile, rubbed the true qilin blood in his hands. Watching Qilin Z's retreating back, his eyes narrowed slightly. An old monster, who might have inextricably linked relationships with the 10 perils qilin. Shaking his head, Ji Xiaoyao didn't pay too much mind to it. He was confident and invincible. Regardless of the other party's identity or background, he firmly believed that he would not be weaker than anyone. True qilin blood. After devouring it, it will be enough for me to break through the 9 tribulations imperishable art to the 2nd tier. Ji Xiaoyao swept clean the remaining flood dragon meat and quickly opened up a cave on the spot. After setting up guarding array formations, he took out the divine source, sealing the true qilin blood. Without the slightest hesitation, he crushed the divine source in his hand. Boom! The true qilin blood sealed within instantly erupted with an unimaginable pressure. Even someone as strong as Ji Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart at this moment. His entire body uncontrollably breaking out in a layer of goosebumps. This was his body's instinctive reaction when encountering something of great terror. In a daze, Ji Xiaoyao saw a qilin charging towards him. You've already been dead for endless years, and a mere drop of blood dares to act fiercely in front of me. Ji Xiaoyao gave a low shout, and abruptly raised his hand to grab the true qilin blood. The true qilin blood still tried to struggle. But unfortunately, the murderous intent within it, under the erosion of time, had long been completely consumed, leaving only the most dazzling essence. In just a moment, it was suppressed by Ji Xiaoyao. Ji Xiaoyao swallowed it into his stomach in one gulp. Boom! A massive and unimaginable essence instantly erupted within his body. Like a flood, it instantly filled every inch of flesh and blood in his body. Ji Xiaoyao could even feel a burst of swelling pain from within his body. He hurriedly circulated the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art to digest this essence. The massive essence was converted into dense vital blood power, continuously nourishing every inch of flesh, blood, and bone in his body. Even the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art runes engraved in his flesh and blood began to slowly transform and evolve along with it. Ji Xiaoyao knew this was the sign that the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art was about to break through. Every time the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art breaks through, the runes engraved in the flesh and blood would undergo a Nirvanic transformation once. His physical body was also rapidly strengthening. Every inch of his skin emitted a faint golden light. A prehistoric aura erupted out with him at the center, shaking the surrounding void to tremble. It's here. Ji Xiaoyao's mind suddenly enlightened. Just as his physical body reached the ultimate peak of strength, a dense power of decay suddenly permeated out from his life origin, and then instantly spread to his entire body. In an instant, his physical body began to wither. His primordial spirit began to dry up. Every inch of flesh, blood, and bone all over his body seemed as if it had experienced the scouring of the long river of time, gradually losing its vitality. His handsome face aged at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin became full of wrinkles and age spots. At this moment, Ji Xiaoyao seemed to have stepped into his twilight years. Not only that, his life origin also began to dry up. An aura of death wrapped around him. Ji Xiaoyao was free of both sorrow and joy. With the experience of his first breakthrough, this time he appeared extremely calm, actively feeling every change in his body. From death to life is a rare experience. Is from life to death not the same? It's just that most living beings in the world will often resist various feelings. Fearing death. Life and death, yin and yang. All things mutually generate and overcome each other. Ji Xiaoyao murmured. And right at the moment his voice fell, an even more terrifying tribulation erupted around him. Rumble, rumble. A thunderbolt appeared out of thin air from the void, blasting straight towards his body. This thunderbolt was extremely terrifying, not only targeting the physical body, but also capable of corroding the primordial spirit and the life origin. In an instant, Ji Xiaoyao was covered in wounds. Blood oozed from every inch of his skin. His primordial spirit and true soul also became incredibly dim. This scene was extremely perilous, carrying the risk of perishing at every turn. But his emotions remained completely unshaken, sinking into a special state of profound enlightenment. Like an outsider, observing every process of his body, going from powerful to decaying, from life to death, from death to life. In essence, there is actually no difference between the two. Just like when I cultivated karmic fire, refining the golden body. After the Tao fruit inside my body experienced ultimate destruction, it ultimately still underwent nirvana. And for example, this thunderbolt, within its ultimate destruction, however, gestates a faint trace of vitality. Under this state of profound enlightenment, Ji Xiaoyao seemed to have comprehended something, but couldn't accurately grasp it. Boom! And right at this moment, his originally completely decayed body, at this moment, bizarrely burst forth with a wisp of faint vitality. The faint vitality emerged from within Ji Xiaoyao's body. This vitality was extremely weak. If one didn't observe carefully, they wouldn't even be able to notice it. But although it was weak, it was tenacious. No matter how the power of decay eroded it, it still remained vigorous and imperishable, and grew vibrantly. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Under the infection of this faint vitality, Ji Xiaoyao's decayed body gradually radiated with vitality again. The qilin blood devoured earlier had not yet been completely digested. The moment this faint vitality emerged, the remaining qilin blood frantically surged toward it. With the injection of the qilin blood, this faint vitality grew increasingly stronger, and began to burn fiercely. Thump thump thump. Ji Xiaoyao's heart, which had originally almost stopped beating, began to slowly beat again under the infection of this vitality. The power of decay within his body was dispersed. The decayed flesh and blood bloomed with light once again. The dead silent primordial spirit and true soul also bloomed with bursts of light. And the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art runes originally engraved in his flesh and blood also gradually completed their transformation, blooming with divine might. Before long, Ji Xiaoyao's originally cracked skin began to peel off piece by piece. His whole body was like shedding a layer of skin. The newly grown skin became even more smooth, clean, and warm, radiant like jade. A majestic aura abruptly bloomed from within his body. Rumble, rumble, the vital blood within his body also slowly surged up, emitting a sound like a galloping great river. At the same time, the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art runes within his flesh and blood also completely finished their nirvana at this moment. Brand new runes transformed and emerged from them one by one, even more profound and deep, as if elucidating the truths of the world. Succeeded. The second tier of the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art. Ji Xiaoyao abruptly opened his eyes. A dazzling golden light flashed through his pupils, bursting with a heart-palpitating aura. Crack, he subconsciously clenched his fist. The surrounding void instantly emitted a burst of shattering sounds. Compared to before, his physical body was several times stronger. The current me can easily crush a divine treasure realm great cultivator with my physical body alone. Ji Xiaoyao stretched his physical body a bit. As the bones within his body turned, they emitted a crackling sound like frying soybeans. Faintly, one could see vital blood circling above Ji Xiaoyao's head. If anyone around saw this scene at this moment, they would definitely be shocked beyond words. Vital blood circling the head. This is a special anomaly that the human body automatically evolves when immemorial body cultivators are about to sanctify their physical bodies. In the immemorial era, the body cultivators who could reach this step were without exception the most prodigal of prodigies within the body cultivation lineage. The most monstrous of monstrous geniuses. With the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art breaking through. Some mysterious changes seem to have occurred in my body. Ji Xiaoyao looked inside his body. A cluster of life fire was circling inside his body. This cluster of life fire seemed extremely weak, but was incredibly tenacious. Imperishable fire. The exclusive mark of breaking through to the second tier of the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art. As long as the imperishable fire is not extinguished, the vital blood inside the body will not dry up, and it can heal all of one's injuries in a short time. Not only that, after breaking through to the second tier of the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art, the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art runes engraved in his flesh and blood also evolved a second kind of divine ability. While murmuring in a low voice, Ji Xiaoyao extended his palm. With a thought. In an instant, 2 completely different powers of life and death emerged in his palm, interweaving and wrapping around each other, emitting a special aura. Life and death at the palm's edge. This is an extremely fierce palm divine ability. The power of death can directly corrode the life origin inside an enemy's body and shatter the enemy's great Tao foundation. The power of life can be used to heal one's own injuries. Even injuries to the great Tao can be healed in an instant, not weaker than ordinary Imperial Tao divine abilities. Moreover, this divine ability can also grow along with my growth. While murmuring in a low voice, Ji Xiaoyao nodded in satisfaction. He was confident that if he encountered an enemy at a realm similar to the previous old flood dragon again, he could suppress the opponent in an instant. Thinking of this, a hint of a smile involuntarily appeared on the corner of Ji Xiaoyao's mouth. It's time to head out. Ji Xiaoyao took a step forward and dashed out of the cave. His speed was unbelievably fast, like teleportation. As vital blood surged, the great mountain cracked. Ji Xiaoyao, wearing black gold profound clothes, rushed out from the smoke and dust, exuding dense vital blood around his body, like an immemorial fierce beast walking out of a taboo. Boom boom. And right at the same time he came out of seclusion, the entire secret realm suddenly shook violently. Dazzling golden light accompanied by a bizarre pill fragrance soared into the sky from the distance. This is the complete opening of the pill pavilion. At this moment, all living beings in the secret realm were alarmed, looking in disbelief toward the source of that golden light. The Pill Pavilion. One of the greatest lands of fortuitous encounters in the Xiantian secret realm. Rumored to be the place where the Xiantian Empress refined pills. Not only does it hold Emperor pills left behind from her past refinements, but there are also many divine pills. Casually obtaining one could allow a person to rapidly rise up. Hurry, such a fortuitous encounter cannot be missed. Previously, the Pill Pavilion only opened a single door, and peerless divine pills emerged. This time it is completely open. Perhaps there really will be Emperor pills appearing. Emperor pills use elixirs of immortality as raw materials. Pills that are incomparably precious even to a great emperor. Everyone excitedly flew toward the direction where the Pill Pavilion was located. Finally, the Pill Pavilion is officially opened. Within a certain valley shrouded in blood, Yun Hunzi opened his eyes. Blood light revealing in his pupils. The divine pills obtained previously in the Pill Pavilion have all been completely digested by me. The blood poison in my body is almost cleared, and the blood-transforming myriad spirits, heavenly art has broken through again. Let's see who can stop me this time. Shui Hunzi abruptly soared into the sky. Endless vengeful spirits surrounded his back. Terrifying vital blood illuminated the void into a dark red. In a little while, it will be Imperial Father's grand birthday. It's the perfect time to snatch that Emperor pill entirely, as a congratulatory gift for Imperial Father. Ouyang Dai, in golden battle armor, looked down upon all directions. Although she is a woman, but at this moment, she had the momentum of a heroine who does not yield to men. Her intense fighting intent made many men involuntarily feel ashamed. The Pill Pavilion is open. This time, I fear I can slay quite a few fated people again. Amit Bao. The world is full of suffering. Just let this poor monk send you all to enjoy early bliss. Mo Luin had a face of compassion. Yet demonic energy billowed around his body. Behind him, a massive phantom of a demonic Buddha slowly evolved. At the same time, a crowd of alien beasts in the secret realm also boiled over at this moment. Azure Wan, Dize, King Realm alien beasts from all sides came out in full force. rushing quickly toward the direction of the pill pavilion. With the opening of the pill pavilion, all prodigies and monstrous geniuses will definitely head there. Such a grand occasion cannot be missed. On the other side, Ji Xiaoyao also circulated the Kunping technique, taking a step out, as the Kunping power circulated. One golden and one black, intertwined from runes. Kunping wings fully dozens of Zhonglong emerged behind his back. This is a manifestation of having cultivated the Kunping technique to an extremely profound level. A violent sound of piercing the air rang out. Ji Xiaoyao turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the spot. Pill fragrance permeated the air. Curling immortal mist circled around. The pill pavilion sat atop the peaks of the mountains, totaling 9 tiers of pavilions, no more than 100 meters tall. Not appearing tall and grand, but invisibly it emitted a majestic, imposing manner. People standing before it couldn't help but feel a sense of insignificance. In the past, the pill pavilion was only initially opened. It would only occasionally have pills fly out. Now the 9-tiered pill pavilion was completely opened. From time to time, pills would turn into streaks of light and fly out. Dense pill fragrance permeated heaven and earth. Just taking a single sniff made people involuntarily feel their spirits lifted. A crowd of prodigies and monstrous geniuses waited below to compete for them. Scram out of the way, all of you. I saw this pill first. Daring to snatch food from the tiger's mouth in my hands. Die for me. This area has been occupied by me. Those who set foot here will die. Competition, naturally, could not avoid battles. Sounds of slaughter echoed across heaven and earth. Great battles could be seen everywhere. This holy region became incredibly chaotic. Suddenly, the sound of piercing the air rang out. A youth carrying Kunping wings on his back sped over. The youth was dressed in black gold profound clothes. Tall and straight posture. With a face so handsome it was ridiculous. The Kunping wings on his back swayed, cascading down a heart-palpitating aura. Above his head, vital blood faintly circled. Like an immemorial prehistoric fierce beast. The youth was shockingly Ji Xiaoyao. It's him, the Ji family's double pupil wielder. As soon as he appeared, Ji Xiaoyao attracted the attention of everyone present. The crowd's eyes were incredibly apprehensive. In the past few days, this Ji family double pupil wielder's fierce reputation in the secret realm could be said to be monstrous. First slaying the little rock king, suppressing the inheritor of the heaven-swallowing demonic art, and then breaking through the king realm killing formation, suppressing the king realm old flood dragon. His terrifying battle record made everyone present involuntarily feel shocked. Not acting at all like a 10-year-old handsome youth, but rather like a young demon king. His temperament and character completely unmatched. Suddenly, several streaks of light flew out from the pill pavilion. Each streak contained a pill the size of a longan, emitting an astonishing pill fragrance. God-transforming pill. Someone with extensive knowledge and experience recognized the origins of these pills. The God-transforming pill is made using the divine medicine God-transforming grass as raw material, complemented by various divine objects to refine a peerless divine pill. Not only can it rapidly elevate cultivation, it can also enhance the user's own foundation and primordial spirit. In the outside world, the market price of one God-transforming pill would not be lower than 5,000 divine sources. Converted, that's 500 billion low-grade spirit stones. None of you compete with me. Otherwise, whoever comes dies. Ha ha ha, a total of Wu God-transforming pills. It's not too much for me to reserve one, right? I only want one. For the rest, you guys rely on your own abilities. Everyone was unable to remain calm, quickly making moves to snatch them. However, there were only 5 God-transforming pills in total. Yet there were fully over 100 prodigies and monstrous geniuses present. And people continued to approach steadily. In an instant, slaughter began anew. Encountering such an opportunity right after arriving, looking at the chaotic scene before him, a hint of a smile appeared on the corner of Ji Xiaoyao's mouth. And right at this moment, a God-transforming pill wrapped in a streak of light happened to fly toward him. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji Xiaoyao took a step out, and directly grabbed that God-transforming pill in his hand. Courting death. A prodigy from the heavenly turtle race, who was originally chasing this divine pill. Seeing that he was about to get his hands on it, he didn't expect to be intercepted at the critical moment. He was immediately furious, preparing to attack. But after clearly seeing Ji Xiaoyao's face, his movement uncontrollably paused. The anger on his face also turned into an apologetic smile. Your Highness the Imperial Son. I didn't know it was you. Please forgive me. After speaking, He turned and fled without hesitation. Although he was a heavenly turtle. His speed at this moment broke common people's perception of turtle-type creatures. Qianhong, how could you chicken out at the critical moment? Someone nearby teased him. With eyes full of disdain. Hearing this, Qianhong rolled his eyes. If you aren't chicken, you go snatch it. Good heavens. A ruthless person who can slay even the heaven-swallowing demonic art inheritor, and king realm fierce beasts. And you ask me to snatch from him. What's the difference between this and asking me to court death? Ji Xiaoyao didn't pay mind to the fleeing Qianhong. Casually storing away the god-transforming pill. He continued to chase the remaining few divine pills. With the 9 tribulations imperishable heavenly art, breaking through to the second tier. His physical body strength had now reached an extremely terrifying degree. And his speed was frighteningly fast. Plus the blessing of the Kunping technique. In just a moment. Out of the 5 god-transforming pills, 4 were snatched away. As for the remaining one, it was snatched up by a monstrous genius from the god-slaying bug race. Ji family's Imperial son. Isn't this a bit too overbearing of you? 5 divine pills. You occupy 4 all by yourself. Suddenly, a discordant voice sounded from the crowd. Only to see an enchanting woman wearing a black silk dress. Stepping out of the crowd.